And in this session, we will have 5 presentations, and at the end, we will have time to question or suggestions. So the first presentation is Reciprocal Teaching Style, How to Increase Student Situational Interest. And the speaker is Vanessa Lotion-Keinsner. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Today I will present a study about the reciprocal teaching style and more specifically how we can increase students' situational interest in physical education. This work was conducted with my colleague Cédric Roux at the University of Teacher Education in the state of Vaud in Lausanne in Switzerland. So why this study? Motivation is very important in physical education. In this study, we focus on situational interest. Situational interest means the interest students feel during the activity in the moment. The reciprocal teaching style is sometimes used in physical education, but we still do not know well what makes it really motivating for students. We studied 3 main factors. First, dyad composition, in other words, who works with whom. Second, perceived competence. This means how good students think they are. And third, relatedness. This means how close and comfortable students feel with their partner. Our research question was, what increases situational interest in the reciprocal teaching style? This research was based on 2 consecutive studies. In the study 1, students worked in badminton. We compared 2 types of dyads, self-selected dyads and ability-based dyads. In the study 2, we worked in football and gymnastics. Here, we wanted to better understand the role of competence and relatedness in reciprocal teaching style when using self-selected dyads. In total, around 300 students took part in this research. In both studies, we use the reciprocal teaching style. Students worked in pairs. One student performed the task. The other student observed and gave feedback. Then they changed roles. So students learned together and helped each other. We measured 3 things using validate scales. We measured situational interest through 5 dimensions: novelty, instant enjoyment, exploration intention, attention demand, and challenge. We also measured perceived competence through 3 items and feelings of relatedness through 2 dimensions: feeling intimate with peers and feeling accepted by peers. Concerning the study design, in the first study, students had 6 badminton lessons. For the 3 first lessons, some worked with a partner they chose, while others were paired according to their ability level. Then, for the last 3 lessons, they switched groups. In the second study, Students simply chose their own partner in 4 football and gymnastics lessons. The key result in the study 1 is very clear. Self-selected diets systematically produce higher situational interest, higher perceived competence, and stronger relatedness compared to ability-based diets. Concerning the study 2, first, we checked whether football and gymnastics were experienced differently by students. The results show clear differences for situational interest and perceived competence. So for these variables, football and gymnastics were analyzed separately, but there were no clear differences for feelings of relatedness. Students felt almost the same level of closeness and acceptance in both activities. For this reason, we combine the 2 groups for the cluster analysis, focusing on relatedness. In the second study, we wanted to understand why self-selected diets produce higher situational interest in reciprocal teaching style. The results showed that relatedness is the main driver of situational interest, while perceived competence plays only a minor role. The cluster analysis retains 3 profiles: high, medium, and low relatedness. The results of the MANOVA revealed a significant main effect for feeling of relatedness and situational interest for the cluster profiles. The 3 clusters reflected high, medium, and low scores on the feeling accepted and feeling intimate dimensions. The results of the follow-up ANOVAs indicated that students perceived the reciprocal teaching style differently according to their scores on feelings of relatedness. Stronger feeling of relatedness were associated with a more positive experience of reciprocal teaching style, more precisely with higher situational interest. What does it mean? It means that students are more engaged when they feel good with their partner. If they feel accepted, comfortable, and safe, they are more interested in the task. So in this context, motivation is strongly linked to social connection. To conclude, self-selected diets appear to be a promising way to increase situational interest within reciprocal teaching style. When students choose their own partner, they often feel more connected, which can make the learning situation more engaging. For teachers, the message is simple. Letting students choose their partner can be a good strategy. It's easy to organize, it saves time, and it can increase students' motivation. It also shows that peer relationships are very important in physical education. Thank you for your attention. I will be happy to answer your question. And finally, I would like to thank the Spectrum Institute for Teaching and Learning for their prize given to our paper on this research published in 2023 in Research Quarterly for Exercise and Sport. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. The next presentation is Reciprocal Style of Teaching, Self-Transcendence, Climate, Teamwork, and Flourishing. And the speaker is Maria Elpiniki Ligujoinli. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I am Maria Elpiniki. I am a physical education teacher, and I am a PhD student at University of Thessaly. So I am going to present our study, Reciprocal Style of Teaching, Self-Transcendence, Climate, Teamwork, and Flourishing. No, that's... Okay, I will do it. Yes. No. Okay, well, our framework focuses on the reciprocal style, known for promoting peer interaction. During the pre-impact phase, the teacher design criteria sheets. In the impact phase, students choose their task, working in groups of 5 to 6, rotating the observer role. Crucially, in the post-impact phase, feedback shifts entirely to the learners. Because observers explicitly assist their peers, this naturally fosters a self-transcendence climate. This means the desire to help others succeed. To measure this, we aligned achievement goal theory with the SESIST model. This diagram illustrates the SESIST model, expanding traditional theories across a self-centered to selfless axis. On the right, self-enhancement represents competitive, ego-centered goals. In the middle, self-improvement focuses on personal mastery. On the left, this is the new self-transcendence dimension. This is a completely selfless focus on improving with both personal and peers' competence. The reciprocal style provides the perfect structural tool to activate this selfless dimension. This confirmatory analysis by Sereli and Papaioannou confirms the structural validity of the teacher-initiated climate. Notice the strong positive correlation of 0.84 between helping a peer, self-transcendence, and personal growth, self-improvement, providing they are very close. In contrast, self-transcendence and competitive self-enhancement are negatively linked. Building on this solid foundation, our study takes the next step, shifting the focus to the student-created climate. This brings us to our primary aim. We wanted to examine this student-created climate when using the reciprocal style. We tested this in general, experimental, and model high school, where high academic pressure often challenges student well-being. We aim to evaluate it if the reciprocal style fosters a pro-social environment and ultimately if it promotes teamwork and student flourishing. We conducted a 6-week quasi-experimental study with 316 10th grade students. 199 students formed the experimental reciprocal group and 117 the control group. Pre and post tests were administered around a 12-lesson intervention delivered by 5 experienced PE teachers. We used purposive sampling across diverse school types to ensure robust representative findings. The control group followed a traditional teacher-centered approach. The experimental group experienced an adaptive reciprocal style, working in interest groups of 5 to 6. Students choose 2 out of 5 sport modules. Decision-making for execution and feedback shifted entirely to the students, who rotated between observer and doer roles, using specific criteria sheets. Independent manipulation checks confirmed on an 87% compliance rate with reciprocal route, exclusively within the experimental group. To ensure tool reliability, we tested the 3-factor structure of the peer-initiated climate. As the table shows, confirmatory factor analysis demonstrated excellent fit indices at baseline. Students clearly distinguish between helping teammates, self-transcendence, improving themselves, self-improvement, and outperforming others, self-enhancement. This structure remained highly stable at the post-test, allowing us to proceed confidently. We used 3 main questionnaires. First, to measure the peer-initiated climate, we adapted the CESIS scale. We used the specific STEM over the last 3-4 weeks, most of classmates. We wanted to see if the students felt their peers encourage helping each other, which is self-transcendence. If they focus on personal progress and learning new things, that is self-improvement, or if they only cared about who achieved the best results, which represent self-enhancement. Second, we measure teamwork to assess its collaboration and success. Finally, the flourishing scale evaluated overall psychosocial well-being. All scales demonstrated excellent in internal reliability. Looking at the student-created climate, the left figure shows a significant time by group interaction for self-transcendence. The experimental group, blue line, showed a significant increase, confirming the reciprocal style fostered a supportive peer environment. Conversely, for the competitive self-enhancement climate, right figure, the control group actually became more competitive over time, while the reciprocal style, blue line, decreased this ego-centeredness in the experimental group. Self-improvement saw no significant interaction. Regarding our main outcomes, the left figure shows a highly significant interaction for teamwork. The experimental group reported increased teamwork, while the control group, red line, decreased, indicating the intervention successfully promoted collaborative behaviors. For flourishing, right figure, students in the traditional control group showed a noticeable decline in well-being over time. In contrast, the experimental group maintained their flourishing level, suggesting the reciprocal style act as a valuable protective factor. Synthesizing our findings, three mechanisms stand out. First, the enhanced decisional shift. By empowering students to choose modules and work in larger groups with rotating observers, we significantly broaden their active involvement and social interaction. Second, the power of the partnership. Continuously switching roles teaches students to put personal display aside to support peers, embodying self-transcendence and catalyzing teamwork. Finally, this acts as a protective shield. Peer-driven, process-focused feedback minimizes social comparison, protecting students' flourishing. Theoretically, explicitly separating the self-transcendence climate from the self-improvement climate provided a clearer picture. The reciprocal style specifically boosted self-transcendence and decreased self-enhancement, aligning perfectly with the SESIT model assumption for peer tutoring. Methodologically, by implementing a CAS experimental design with 316 students in real school conditions, we offer solid field-based evidence. Ultimately, our research confirms that the reciprocal style provides the essential decisional framework to foster teamwork and protect student psychosocial well-being in modern physical education. Thank you. Yes, questions later.
Thank you, Maria. The next presentation is Unpacking Peer Feedback in the Reciprocal Style, Qualitative Analysis in High School Volleyball, and the speaker is Humut. Welcome.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I am Umut Berkeçetin, a newly graduated physical education teacher. Today, I will present our study conducted with Halil Emre Çınargür and Professor Gökçe Ertuğran from Pamukkale University, titled Unpacking Peer Feedback in the Reciprocal Style, a qualitative analysis of feed-forward in high school volleyball. Assessment for learning asks three core questions. Where are learners going? Where are they right now? And crucially, how do we close the gap? Essentially, it uses daily dialogue and observation to support lasting learning. Blake and William translated this philosophy into 5 strategies: sharing learning intentions, generating evidence, feed-forwards, peer assessment, and self-assessment. Of these 5, feed-forward sits at the heart of the study. It's the mechanism through which the observer role in reciprocal style is supposed to function, providing the doer with information about where they need to improve and how to do so. Why does feed-forward matter so much? In 1996, Kluger and Dennessy conducted a meta-analysis, drawing on over 3,000 studies across school, university, and workplace settings to examine the effects of feedback interventions on performance. Their finding was surprising, even counterintuitive. Feedback that focuses on evaluating performance, that's telling someone how good or bad they were, can actually worsen outcomes. It may decrease motivation, and it does not develop skills. But feedback that informs the learner where they need to improve and how to do so, that's genuine feed-forward, had a strongly positive effect on learning. The difference is illustrated directly on screen. An evaluative comment says, "Good job, well done, 7 out of 10. A feed-forward comment says, "Bend your knees more before contact with the ball." One closes a conversation, the other opens a path to improvement. Here is the research question that guided our study. What is the nature of feed-forward statements and other feedback types produced by high school students during peer assessment activities structured within the reciprocal teaching style? To our knowledge, this is the first study to examine feed-forward in the specific combination of conditions within Style C in physical education contexts, focused on volleyball skills, using rubric-based assessments, and through open-ended written commentary from the observer. Let me briefly describe the study context. We worked with 127 9th and 10th grade high school students across 4 physical education classes in Denizli, Turkey. 3 male, 1 female pre-service physical education teachers facilitated the lessons as the scope of the teaching practice course. The unit covered 2 volleyball skills, the forearm pass and overhead pass. Each skill was addressed across 2 dedicated lesson weeks, giving us 55-minute lessons in each week. The instructional design was grounded in the reciprocal style. In each session, the observer watched their partner's performance, consulted a teacher develop rubric with clearly observable movements criteria, and wrote their assessments on an open-ended task sheet. This is an example of task sheet, including a rubric assessment for pass. Those task sheets were collected at the end of every lesson, and they become our primary data source. We analyzed the data using inductive content analysis following Creswell. This means we let the themes emerge from the data itself. We did not import a pre-existing classification framework. We used the constant comparative method throughout. To ensure rigor, 3 independent researchers coded all data separately. We then compared our codes, discussed disagreements, and reached consensus, establishing inter-rater reliability and each stage of the analytical process. As you can on the screen, our analysis of the student-generated feedback revealed 3 overarching themes. Let's look at each of them in detail, starting with most encouraging finding. Theme 1, Subtheme 1, represents what the reciprocal style is designed to produce: corrective, actionable feed-forward. These are comments that are specific, forward-looking, and directly guide the learner toward the technically correct movement pattern. For example, one observer wrote, "You should move more on your toes and toward the ball." That's a clear criterion reference instruction. The students has read the rubric, identified a gap, and communicate in language the doer can act on. 2 other examples are particularly revealing because our study design included a 2 assessment sequence. Observers first wrote feedback after the doer's initial attempt, then observed a second attempt and recorded whether improvement had occurred. Another student wrote, "You need to go under the ball. If you get under it, you will play better." She got under the ball and used more force. The observer gave feed forward, the doer applied it, and observer documented the improvements. This is the learning group that reciprocal style is designed to create, and here we can see it working. These findings are consistent with Panadero, Howell, and Kojekula, who all found that rubrics facilitate the production of feed-forward and positively affect learning outcomes. The rubric was not just a scoring tool, it was a thinking scaffold for the observer. Here is the, Team 1 also contained 2 additional subcategories that were learning-oriented but fell short of genuine feed-forward. Sub-Team 2, value judgment, consists of statements where the observer evaluates the doer and reaches a global verdict, typically affirming competence. For example, she did most things correctly. She already did everything well. This is a positive, encouraging comment, but it tells the doer nothing about where or how to improve. We believe this tendency reflects the norms these students have been exposed to. Research by Ince and Hünük and Nikes and colleagues shows that when physical education instruction is predominantly teacher-centered, students become accustomed to receiving and producing competence confirming, rather than improvement-directed feedback. Sub-Team 3, behavior-focused, captures comments where the observer notes attitudinal or conduct-related factors rather than movement technique. For instance, she should stop using her feet. You should trade the ball more gently. This shows that students were observing the whole performer, not just the skill, and that they were sensitive to behavioral self-regulation during motor learning, a useful observation but different in nature from technical feed-forward. Team 2 reflects something very recognizable about adolescent learners, and perhaps something all of us have experienced in our own teaching. A significant portion of the feedback was not technically instructional at all. It was social and emotional. Students were using the observer role, encourage, support, and affirm their peers. Sub-Team 1, motivational encouragement, includes comments like, "Don't be afraid of the ball. Hitting a forearm pass is not end of the world. You can do it." And "Keep working with determination." These comments are genuinely kind and from the perspective of self-determination theory. Observers serve the related needs. They make the doer feel supported and less alone. They may even increase perceived competence, but they not the close technique gap. They are not feed-forwards. Sub-Team 2, positive bias toward friends, showed something even more striking: friendship dynamics visibly shaping the assessment. One observer wrote, "She has nothing to improve. She plays flawlessly." And another, in a comment, says, simultaneously charming and entirely unhelpful as a peer assessment, "Play a little worse. I almost forgot to score you because I was so busy watching." The observer role here has been entirely subordinated to peer relationship. The students prioritized social belonging over instructional accuracy. This is not a failure of character. It's a predictable outcome of adolescent social development, but it does mean that left unaddressed, the observer role will often drift away from its instructional purpose. Team 3 was the most difficult finding in our dataset, and in some ways the most important. Sub-Team 1, bullying and mockery, captures comments that were demeaning, ridiculing, or actively harmful to the peer being observed. Let me read them you directly. One student wrote, "She should use her brain a little." Another wrote, "She has no hands. She needs a hand transplant. She has no coordination." These comments are antithetical to every goal of quality physical education. They may damage the psychological safety of the learning environment. They may harm the doer, and they pervert the observer role entirely, from a tool learning into a vehicle for social aggression. Stockdale and colleagues documented that physical education settings are structurally more susceptible to peer bullying than all other school contexts. The combination of physical exposure, performance evaluation, and group observation creates conditions in which mockery can emerge, especially among adolescents. Our data confirm this. Sub-Team 2, minimal and passive response. Some students wrote only the barest minimum, jump and bravo. These responses indicated that the students has not engaged with the rubric criteria, has not observed the performance analytically, and has not fulfilled the role of the observer in any meaningful sense. We believe this reflects a lack of preparedness. Students who do not know how to give feed forward will either avoid the task or default to social shortcuts. But sub-teams in Team 3 point the same underlying issue. The observer role cannot be assumed, it must be taught. Let me now synthesize what the three teams tell us. Team 1, while rubrics provide necessary scaffolding, they are not enough on their own, because physical education instruction in Turkey is traditionally teacher-centered. Students often default to simple value judgments rather than corrective feed-forward. Team 2, a self-determination theory predicts adolescents prioritize social belonging. This friendship bias often prevents actionable feedback. Team 3, physical education environments are vulnerable to negative peer dynamics, meaning the reciprocal style carries a real risk of mockery in unmonitored. In conclusion, the reciprocal style can produce genuine feed-forwards, but simply handing out a worksheet is not sufficient. So what should practitioners do? We must explicitly model the feedback process, teach students how to give feed-forwards, not just what to observe. Establish clear, respectful norms from day one and design highly specific task sheets. Most importantly, monitor continuously to proactively address any bullying. The bottom line, the reciprocal style is a powerful tool, but the teacher's active role in scaffolding is absolutely critical. The complete reference list on screen. Thank you very much for your attention and patience.
Thank you. The next presentation is underlying mechanisms of command, practice, and self-check styles, the role of executive function and performance calibration. And the speaker is Athanasios Kolovelonis. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. This presentation is about a project that I ran with my colleague Yannis Sirbas. We are from the University of Thessaly, and I'm going to describe the rationale and aims of the project, the design and the methods, some examples of the implementations, some first results. So I would like to thank you. This project is supported by Spectrum, so I would like to thank Spectrum for this support. Previous research on Spectrum teaching in physical education focused mainly on the effects of various teaching styles on students' sport performance and skill acquisition and motivational variables. Limited research has explored the effects of different teaching styles on students' cognitive and metacognitive aspects of learning and performance. This project focuses on expanding this previous research, focusing on cognitive and metacognitive variables, and in particular in executive functions and performance calibration. Moreover, we focus on three teaching styles, mainly on the self-check style and the commanded practice style. Executive functions is a higher order cognitive processes responsible for cognitive flexibility and adaptability at goal-oriented behaviors that are triggered in novel, challenge, and complex situations when concentration and attention are needed. In the literature, there are a general consensus that there are three core executive functions: inhibition, working memory, and cognitive flexibility. Executive functions are critical for success in school and in sport, the self-regulation of learning and metacognitive control. There have been developed various types of programs that aim to improve students' executive functions. Among them, physical activity programs have been found that can effectively trigger executive functions. In a line of research, we have examined a special kind of games in physical education that were cognitively enriched, and we found that these games could improve students' executive functions effectively. However, they are not all physical activity programs effective, and there is a hypothesis that the teaching methods used in these programs may partially based This difference may partially be based on the different teaching methods that use this in these programs. So these projects aim to test this hypothesis. The other main variable in this project was the calibration. The concept of calibration is actually the calibration is the degree of correspondence between judged performance and actual performance. So we ask students to estimate their performance, then we test them in this performance, and then compare their estimations about their performance with their actual performance. And this discrepancy is the calibration of their performance. The closer to zero this discrepancy is, the better calibrated students are. We examine this variable because calibration is closely linked to self-regulated learning and other important factors such as effort exertion, strategy use, and selection of tasks. Well-calibrated students can realize the actual level of their performance, so can set more realistic and more challenging goals. In contrast, miscalibrated students may set unrealistic or easily goals, may less responsive to external feedback because they believe that they have already mastered, for example, a task, so there is no need to put an effort to improve themselves. Generally, research in physical education and sports has shown that students and athletes are usually inaccurate in estimating their performance. This evidence, there are in the field of sports with different kinds of sports, such as in golf, in running, in basketball, and in physical education. Also, students, we found that students usually are inaccurate in estimating their performance, and they have the tendency to overestimate their performance. In terms of teaching styles, calibration may have important implications because some styles, such as the self-check styles, involve students in monitoring their performance, so the accuracy of feedback that there is produced in these styles is important and is correlated with students' performance. So the aim of this project was to explore the effects of self-check style, the command style and the practice style on students' executive functions, performance calibration, and sport performance. The impact of these teaching styles on students' motivation was also explored. So the main research question was whether some teaching styles, more than others, can effectively trigger elementary students' executive functions and increase their calibration accuracy of sport performance in physical education. So the project includes 2 independent studies. The first study includes 1 soccer session aiming to help students improve their performance in passing skill. The second study involves 6 basketball sessions, teaching students passing, dribbling, and shooting. 3 teaching styles are involved in both studies, plus a control group only for study 1. Participants in both studies are 5th and 6th grade students, and we use measures for executive functions, actually the design fluency test, and for calibration accuracy, sport performance, and motivational regulations. The design is a pre-test, post-test design with additionally in study 2 we have also a retention measure 1 month after post-test. The interventions in both studies are delivered by school physical education teachers. We want to have implement a field experiment within real-life teaching conditions. So we use physical education teachers that are teaching in their schools. After providing a 2-hour session training about how to use each teaching style, we focus the intervention focus on improving students' technique on the sport skills, but also in their accuracy in this of their performance. We developed ready-to-use lesson plans. The content and the structure of each session was identical for all experimental groups. The only thing that was changed was the teaching style used to deliver this content to experimental groups. Our progress so far, Study 1 has completed, implementation and data collection has been completed. We are now in the phase of analyzing the results and to prepare a manuscript for publication. The implementation of the intervention and data collection for Study 2 will be completed by the end of this school year, by end of May. So I will provide you some examples from Study 1. The first part of session focused on improving students' soccer technique. All the drills we used was the same for 3 experimental groups. For example, students have to pass each other, to exchange passes to improve their technique and passing skill. We have 3 performance criteria that was common to all experimental groups, and each group practice based on the principles of each teaching style. In this slide, you can see the task sheet we use for self-check style. Is the task sheet for one student participated in this study has been completed, and the students has to check if each of these performance criteria was met during their practice. The second part of the session, students focus on passing accuracy. So they, in self-recording, their successful passes during their practices. And I also show some first results. It seems that self-check style has a positive effect on students' inhibition and cognitive flexibility. We have an interaction group and by time, both in inhibition and cognitive flexibility. Interestingly, in cognitive flexibility, practice style, students who use the practice style also improve in this variable. All these results will be presented in the manuscript that we prepare for Study 1. Another manuscript will be prepared for Study 2, and presentations in national and international conference will also provide the results of these 2 studies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Athanasios. The last presentation is exploring teacher and student interaction through the spectrum of teaching style, a case study in Japanese junior high school physical education. And the speaker is Masa. Welcome.
Yep. Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present at this conference. And I also appreciate everyone being here today. My name is Masahiro Ito from Western Colorado University in the USA, and I am originally from Japan and currently studying in the United States, focusing on the spectrum of teaching styles. And today I will present this study exploring teacher and student interactions through the spectrum of teaching styles as a case study. And this is still an ongoing project, so I will not be presenting final results. However, I would greatly appreciate any feedbacks and suggestions, and this study forms a major part of my master's thesis, and it is also part of a larger research project led by Dr. Kanai Haneishi, Western Colorado University. So physical education is often described as a unique subject because students are not learning individually, but together in shared spaces. For example, many learning tasks in PE involve working with others, solving problems as a group, or responding to teammates' actions in real time. Because of this, interaction is not just something that happens occasionally, but something that is embedded in almost every activity. This has led researchers to view interaction as a central part of participation and learning in PE, rather than just a byproduct of activity. At the same time, this perspective has also contributed to a common assumption that interaction will naturally occur as long as students are physically engaged in activities. However, this assumption may overlook an important question. While previous research has clearly established the importance of interaction in physical education, much of this work has focused on student outcomes or the effectiveness of pedagogical models. In other words, we know that interaction matters, and we know that certain teaching approaches can influence participation. However, less attention has been given to how teachers themselves interpret interaction in their everyday practice. For example, how do teachers decide what counts as meaningful interaction, and how do these interpretations influence the way they structure learning environments? These questions remaining underexplored. So previous research has clearly shown that interaction plays a central role in learning in physical education. Studies on cooperative learning and models-based practice, for example, have highlighted how interaction supports participation, communication, and engagement. However, much of this research has focused on outcomes, such as what students achieve, or on the effectiveness of specific pedagogical models. At the same time, research in sport pedagogy has shown that teaching is an interpretive process, shaped by teachers' beliefs and experiences. Despite this, we still know relatively little about how teachers themselves interpret interaction in their everyday teaching practice. In particular, how teachers define meaningful interaction and how these interpretations shape interactional decisions and remains underexplored. Therefore, this study focuses on how teachers make sense of interaction in practice. To address this research gap, this study draws on the spectrum of teaching styles. The spectrum provides a framework for understanding instructional decision-making and how teaching behaviors influence student learning behaviors. In this study, it is used as a lens to examine how interaction is shaped through teaching in practice. This allows us to move beyond viewing interaction as something that simply occurs, and instead understand it as something constructed through instructional decisions. Based on the identified research gap, the purpose of this study is to explore how a physical education teacher perceives and interprets student interaction in real teaching contexts. More specifically, this study focuses on how instructional decisions, such as task design, grouping strategies, and the distribution of the responsibility, influence the way interaction occurs during lessons. In addition, the study aims to understand how teachers recognize and define what counts as meaningful interaction, rather than treating interaction as a simple observable behavior. This study approaches interaction as a pedagogical process connected to participation, learning, and student development. By focusing on the teacher's perspective, the study seeks to provide a deeper understanding of how interaction is constructed in practice. To provide an overview, this study focuses on 4 interconnected dimensions. First, perception, how the teacher understands and interprets student interaction. Second, decision-making, how instructional choices shape the learning environment and influence interaction. Third, development, how the teacher interprets students' social and personal growth through participation. Finally, interaction itself, specifically how the teacher defines what counts as meaningful interaction in practice. Together, these dimensions allow us to examine interaction, not just as behavior, but as something constructed through teaching and interpreted by the teacher. This slide shows the overall research design. The study begins with a pre-training interview, followed by an online spectrum of teaching styles workshop and a post-training interview. At this study, data collection has been completed up to the post-training interview. The teacher is currently moving into the implementation phase, where a spectrum-based unit is designed as and taught. This will be followed by additional interviews, including a final interview focusing specifically on student interaction. This design allows us to examine how the teacher's understanding develops over time. These are examples from the actual online and in-person workshop for PE teachers. The online workshop were conducted via Zoom in 4 sessions. Each session is 90 minutes. The first session focused on reproduction styles. The second one is on production style. The third one is social and personal skills. And the fourth on lesson planning and implementation. And in the in-person workshop, as shown in the photo, we introduced each teaching styles through practical activities and also conducted mini mock lessons. And this study focuses on one physical education teacher in a Japanese public junior high school. And the teacher has 80 years of teaching experience and holds a master's degree in physical education pedagogy. And his main sports specialization is baseball. And prior to this study, he had limited experience with the spectrum teaching styles. He didn't know the name of spectrum teaching styles, and also he doesn't provide spectrum-based lessons for students. And also this teacher works with junior high school students, typically in grades 7th through 9th. And then this slide presents the data collection process used in this study. The study is based on 4 semi-structured interviews conducted at different stages. The first interview conducted before the training focuses on the teacher background, experiences, and initial understanding of student interaction and spectrum teaching styles. The second interview takes place after the spectrum of teaching styles training, and explores how the teacher's understanding, beliefs, and perspective may have changed. The third interview is conducted after the teaching phase and focuses on the teacher's actual experiences in implementing spectrum-based unit, and including changes, student responses, and instructional decisions. And finally, the fourth interview focuses specifically on student interaction, allowing for a deeper exploration of how the teacher defines and interprets meaningful interaction in practice. Across these interviews, the focus is not only on what happened, but on how the teacher makes sense of their experiences. This slide shows selected examples of teacher responses from different interview phases. It is important to note that this slide is not intended to make direct comparisons, but rather to illustrate that types of ideas expressed as each stage of the study. In the pre-training interview, the teacher's response tend to emphasize discipline structure, and behavioral aspects of student interaction. For example, interaction is often described in terms of cooperation, rule following, and group behavior. In contrast, in the post-training interview, the teacher begins to refer more to how interaction is shaped through teaching, as well as how students take roles and communicate with each other. These examples do not represent final conclusion, but they provide an initial sense of how the teacher is thinking about interaction at different points in the study. And this is a final slide. This shows this summarizes the direction of the study moving forward. At this stage, the analysis is still ongoing, but the findings suggest that interaction in physical education may not be automatic. Instead, it may be actively shaped through instructional decision making as the teacher's understanding evolves from a focus on control towards lesson design. To further explore this, the study will apply an interpretive thematic analysis. The process will involve familiarization with the data, developing initial calls, identifying connections, and refining themes through an iterative process. As data collection continues, the analysis will also be refined and developed further. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you. So we have enough time for any question or suggestion to the speakers.
Thank you. Thank you for excellent presentations. Vanessa, can I ask you a question, please? I was really interested in the fact that the students, when they got to choose their own pairs, they obviously, their outcomes were more positive. But what's really interesting to me is, in my own experience, is when children choose their own pairs, they tend to choose somebody of a similar ability to themselves. Do you feel that that is the case?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but I will try to answer and let me know if it's not. Yeah. I think when they choose the pair, they choose some friends. So often they have the same ability-based level. So we cross finally the two types of dyads we studied, but we had some differences. So I think the relatedness is higher when you have friends, and it can have the same ability base level, but when we are friends, we are more connected, and it influences situational interest and motivation. So the impact of relatedness is higher than the ability-based. So I don't know if I answer well your question, but it's my feeling about the self-selected dyads compared to ability-based groups.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for your presentations. It's almost the same question as my colleague, but this curiosity, what kind of problem did you have to do this kind of study? Because I think the problem was establish the groups by levels, right? And because of that, you have to choose another way of making the groups. Is that correct?
So when we use the ability ability-based groups, the teacher did it. So he has to know well the students, and he has a primary test to see which level the students are. When it's self-selected dyads, the students can choose their friends, whatever the ability. So, yeah, it's not the same dyad composition, and not the same teacher choose for ability-based group, and students choose for self-selected dyads. So, yeah, it impacts teaching but it was our choice to test it. I don't know if I answer the question.
Yeah,
but
can I make another comment?
yes.
If you consider to have heterogeneous groups,
Yes.
could be more feasible for you achieve the social impact that this kind of style is implicit. I don't know if you consider to have groups with different levels, and is the choice of the teacher must be intentional. It's an intentional pedagogical intention for the groups.
Yeah.
It's linked for motivational intrinsic so climate. So
Yeah.
probably could be interesting if you could do the same study, but with this version.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I had another studies about the diets, and we changed the composition of groups. Sometimes they were with pairs, with friends, and sometimes the teachers, they used ability-based group. And in this study, our results show that the best is to use both. So the teacher, when they use sometimes self-selected diets and sometimes ability-based groups, the students have more pleasure in physical education. So to alternate the groups is the best. Here we don't study it, but I refer to another study we do on the composition of groups, and we had these results. So I think it goes in the same way of your comment. Yeah, thank you.
Very interesting session. I have a question for Athanasius, because studying executive function, and so to see that executive function can be influenced by the teaching styles, so it is amazing. Now, I have a couple of questions, so I would like to know better if you can provide an example, because you said that you had also the control group, so what the control group did, or maybe I missed, I do not know if you said that. And the second one is, so since executive function are related a lot with creativity, what is, in your opinion, the teaching style that can improve creativity for the enhancing of the or better works of the executive function?
Yes. The control group in the first study was students. The control group attended a classroom-based theoretical lesson about history of ancient Greek. This is a common practice in studies in executive functions to use in physical education, to use a control group without physical education, just attending a theoretical lesson. About the second question, indeed, there is creativity is also involved in executive functions. Probably the teaching styles that tested in this study may not so appropriate for enhancing creativity, but there are other styles such as divergent discovery that can promote even better the students' creativity. In a line of research that conducted with Marios Goudas a few years ago, we use physical activity games, cognitively enriched, and some of these activities were based on divergent discovery. For example, we ask students to act with many different ways. or to put a ball in with different ways, or to transfer a ball in the edge with many different ways. So these styles may be better for enhancing students' creativity. Actually, when we are thinking, when planning this research project, we're thinking about comparing self-check style with divergent discovery. But I think there are some methodological issues that we have to solve, because the content matters in triggering executive functions. That is, even just participating in physical activity program may help students develop their executive functions. So there is a methodological issue how to isolate the effect of each specific teaching style, and which is the control group, in order to be sure that these effects can attribute to each specific style. I don't know if I respond to your question. Okay, thank you.
We can chat later about that. You can also play with robots later. So did you see the monk robot in La Corea today? But this is very simplistic.
Any other question for the audience?
I have a question for Mr. Ido. Thank you for your presentation. Since your study focuses on teacher-student interaction through the spectrum of the teaching style, and you collect multiple sources of data, and could you explain how you integrated these different data sources in your analysis? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not sure I can understand your questions. Is it a question for my data?
Your data, yeah.
Okay.
You collect multiple data, right?
Yeah, I have a multiple data. I have mainly interviews, and then also we recorded as teachers class unit, but this is a still ongoing research. So my participant is not yet done his class unit. So we are still planning to his spectrum-based classes. And also we provide for students some questionnaires, but I'm not using for my master's thesis.
Okay, thank you.
No more questions or suggestions? No? So if there aren't any questions, we will finish this session. We have 10 minutes, Nikos? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you to the speakers.
Okay, I think you were very effective with the time, and we can start at 10:30. 10:30. There is no coffee outside, but we can have some nice clean air, and be back at 10:30 for the third keynote. Thank you. that we are gonna have. As you can see, we might be singing in the rain today. So we probably will have the family photo probably here immediately after the keynote. And unless, of course, the rain stops and we can have it outside. At 3:30 p.m., we will gather in front of the restaurant in order to go for the guided visit. I suppose you would like to have that, I mean, no matter what is the weather. So we will not cancel this visit. Okay, so thank you, and we can...
Good morning, everybody, again, and very pleased to welcome you in this keynote address from Professor Marios Voudas. I hope that you enjoy the place. Today the rain is not very good for our visit. I hope that it will stop. And you will have some good time after this very intensive 2 days. Marios has done a lot of research in the area, Professor Voudas, a lot of research in the area of motivation in physical education and physical activity, and also on social aspects of physical education, particularly aspects related to teamwork, cooperation, and life skills development. But he has, for many years, actually, since his PhD, he has working on teaching styles. I remember one of the very first studies, experimental studies, was with the inclusion style and the contribution of inclusion style in motivation. This was back in 1995. I'm very pleased to have Marios with us. Marios is in the University of Thessaly. It's part of our group, big group with Nikos Digelidis, me and many others, Thanasis you saw previously, who are faculty members there, and all of us from different lines and angles, we approach the area of teaching styles and support pedagogy and psychology in physical education. Marios, thank you.
Thank you, Sakis. I want to thank the president of the Institute, Nikos Digelidis, and the board directors for this invitation, this honorable invitation. I came across the spectrum of teaching styles in the early 90s. At that time, I was working on my PhD at the University of Exeter in the UK. My two supervisors, Professor Stuart Biddle and Ken Fox, were based at the in the physical education department. At that time, that department was ranked #1 physical education department in the UK. The spectrum of teaching styles was a core component of the undergraduate program. Professor Martin Underwood was provided regular demonstrations of teaching with all the styles. Naturally, this attracted my attention, and I went on studying the 1986 book, Spectrum book, and early papers by Professor Bira and others. Later on, the reciprocal and the self-check style drew my attention, and because of the potential I realized that these styles have for motivation of students, thinking of students, and their learning. So I want to present our studies on these topics, but I recognize these are not unique. colleagues around the world have built on the spectrum and have provided respective results. Also, I have attended to related presentation of high quality these days. Rather than comparing these, I will focus on my perspective on these, on the effects of the reciprocal and the self-teaching style. Now, perhaps I believe the option of having three interrelated keynote addresses was a good decision. Perhaps it was taken by AI, as Attilo Carraro suggested yesterday, but I think the content of the three keynotes complement each other. Nigel Green provided us a theoretical background connecting effectively two concepts, the spectrum and the physical literacy. Professors Cothran and Kulina provided us data on the reported use of the spectrum styles around the world. And my focus here is the research on the effectiveness of the styles. So, complementary, these three presentations provide a comprehensive account of the concept. In essence, they cover the three most important elements of the concept: theoretical, practical, and applicability, and research-based evidence on this. So, my presentation has 4 parts. The last 3 focus on our research in the program in the spectrum, but let me start with a more practical one and some lessons I learned from a broad implementation of the self-check and reciprocal styles. Back in the 2005, Thanasis Papaioannou, Yannis Theodorakis, Nikos Zingelidis, and I, among others, took the task of developing the then new National Physical Education curriculum. The goal was to develop one book for each grade, each containing lesson plans for all the year. On a side note, the new national curriculum has just been released 20 years after, and Athanasios and Nikos were key persons on that. Back then in 2005, I was responsible for the development of the book for the 7th grade. You can see the cover here. But through the process and through the subsequent seminars with teachers all over Greece, we learned some important lessons. The first one was while writing the book, I included several lesson plans with the reciprocal and the self-check teaching styles. In developing this, we wondered how many criteria should we include for each skill. And in pilot studies with students, with teachers, they remarked that the fewer, the better. This raised another question: which are the most important criteria for each skill? And then we all disagreed. And then thus we proceeded to make small polls with teaching experts. And then they also disagreed. So the lesson was that we should not take the essential parts of the skill are as granted. We must think of that. The second and most important lesson was that teachers were quite hesitant to use the reciprocal and the self-check teaching cards. Although they were ready for them in the book, they provided all kinds of excuses. And overall, these weren't used as much as we hoped. So the lesson was that if you want to introduce something new, the context and the people in it should be ready for it. At that time, teachers had many years of teaching experience, and they were in a routine of teaching with the practice style or in the command style, and they didn't see much in the reciprocal cards. And the new, I hope in the new national curriculum that Nikos Tsakis developed, things will be better from now on.
A little bit.
Okay.
We compare.
Okay. Now, the second part of my presentation focuses on the potential of the reciprocal teaching style on developing social skills. Again, yesterday afternoon and this morning, I heard very good presentations on this topic. Now, the objectives of the style clearly outline that a style can or should develop social skills like empathy, social manners, social bonds, etc. But a little research has been done on it. Yesterday, we heard the presentation from Vasilis Barkoukis mapping the existing research. He was quite strict on his criteria, but yet not much research has been on this area. A widely accepted definition of social skills is that of Merrill and Gimbel. They emphasize that social skills can be taught and learned, and they involve action initiation and responding, such as providing feedback and receiving feedback as in the reciprocal style. Also, the definition of collaborative learning by Dyson underscores that it is a common effort to achieve a goal, which is the case in the reciprocal style as well. Now, there are 4 characteristics of cooperative learning. Groups should be heterogeneous. There should be positive interaction and interdependence. Students should have personal competence and cooperative skills. I want to make a note about the heterogeneity of groups or the pairs. The Spectrum book outlines that the first option, the first and best option is student self-selection. That is, each student may choose his or her partner in the learning process. This has been confirmed as effective in studies by Professor Bira. However, in our study, in our study, we used heterogeneous groups, heterogeneous pairs and groups in ability. This did not cause any particular problems, and after an initial session of informing students about cooperation. Now, there are 4 major approaches to collaborative learning: the conceptual approach, the structural approach, the curricular approach, and the complex instruction approach. All these are implemented by specific teaching actions and structures. Again, there is a note in the Spectrum book that warns that these approaches are not identical in focus with the reciprocal style. I believe that we should be more flexible in blending these approaches, the reciprocal teaching style and structures for these collaborative learning approaches, such as the jigsaw and the co-op. Now, we developed a program consisting of 13 sections, and to examine the effects of collaborative learning, including the reciprocal styles, on students' social skills. One of the comments Vasilis Barkoukis made yesterday, Vasilis is there, was that we need more longer interventions than one session, etc. So this study applies to this. Vasilis did not include in his review. Also, the logic behind having first students experience the reciprocal style was to initially build and experience social skills in one-to-one situations, and then transfer these to more group settings in the 4 approaches of the cooperative learning. Now, how did we evaluate the results? We used a pre-post design with an experimental and control group. And first, we used the multi-source assessment of competences, of social competence, which consists of 4 subscales: cooperating skills, empathy, quick temperance, and disruptiveness. This has 2 forms. This is important because we collected both self-reports and peer reports. So for every student, we collected 6 peer reports. That is, for the 120 students who consisted the sample, 60 for the experimental and 60 for the control group, we collected 720 ratings from peers. Also, we used a self-report scale, tapping students' perceptions of their easiness to working in group learning, or the discomfort of group learning. These are the results for the experimental group, which improved in cooperating skills and empathy, and lowered their quick temperance and disruptiveness of the class. And we consider this fairly objective, because it's not based on self-reports, but rather on the perceptions of the peers who closely observe these behaviors. Also, in the self-reports, the experimental group increased their preference for group learning and decreased their discomfort with group learning. Now, I would like to offer 2 suggestions for the future research. The first one is the reciprocal style within small groups. Small groups are often created in physical education either for a group task or for organization reasons. And how we may incorporate the concept of reciprocal teaching in small groups perhaps needs more examination. Again, the aims of the styles objectives are spread in the social channel and the emotional channel. And these have not been researched to a good extent. We don't know if and under what situations the reciprocal style can meet these objectives. Now, I will turn to my third part of the presentation, which refers to the incorporation of the self-checked teaching style in self-regulated learning. So I'll start by outlining the concept of self-regulated studies and then presenting our studies on the self-checked style. Now, the two most accepted definitions of self-regulated learning are those by Euclides and Zimmerman. Both of them underline that self-regulation is an active process by the student towards the achievement of a goal, such as learning a task. Now, self-regulation theories posit that students may use three categories, one or more strategies out of three categories. Regarding cognitive strategies, a student may create a mental picture of a perfect skill, of a perfect execution of the skill, and then try to imitate it. Regarding metacognitive strategies, goal setting has been consistently shown to be effective for student learning. Goals can be either process goals, like learning the technique, or outcome goals, such as I want to score 6 out of 10 free throws in basketball. Finally, motivation or regulation strategies refer to controlling my sentiments or regulating the persistence of effort. Also, self-regulation theories identify three major self-regulation processes. The first one, self-observation, refers to deliberate attention to one's behavior and accomplishments. Self-judgment refers to comparing performance or behavior to a set of goals or standards. And this is a clear indication for the alignment of the self-checked teaching style within the self-regulation framework. Finally, self-reactions refer to students' reactions after their performance. For example, a student may conquer a task very well, and then he may feel optimistic for achieving a harder task or a task of more difficult. We based our studies within Zimmerman's social cognitive model, which identifies 4 levels or stages of self-regulation development. These 4 stages depict that self-regulation starts from more external sources like the teacher or the peers and gradually shift to more internal ones, that is to the student. At the first level, termed observation level, students get the necessary information for the skill to be mastered by the teacher or a model or a video and the relative instructions. At the second level, termed emulation level, students progress to try the skill and receive feedback by the teacher to correct their skill execution and possible errors. At the third level, students practice in their own, yet in structured environments. And then they try to monitor their behavior using paying deliberate attention to their behavior. So this clearly fits again the third level with the self-check teaching style. Finally, in the fourth and last level, students may make their own adaptations to the skill according to their performance. This model posits that learning is effective when students progress sequentially through the 4 levels. So we based on our studies in this concept, and Athanasios Kolovelogis, there up there, was a key contributor in developing and implementing those studies. This is an example of the cards we used for our studies and specifically for the self-check style. We use 3 rating options all the time instead of a yes, no, as suggested in the Spectrum book. We compared 2 goals, process and product. In this case, you see a process goal, and then we described the criteria. In this case, we have 2 criteria for dart throwing. In the first study, we use only a post-test design because we examined dart throwing, 5th and 6th graders dart throwing performance. And because this was a novel task, we used only a post-test design. So we had 4 groups, and the first group that received feedback, set process goals, and self-recorded their efforts according to the 2 criteria you saw before, improved their performance more than the other groups. Essentially, this group experienced the first 3 levels of the self-regulating learning model: observation, emulation, and self-control. In a second study, we examined again the effect on dart throwing. We created 6 groups based on process goals, performance goals, and both type of goals, and use or not of self-recording. Again, self-recording was the critical aspect, the critical factor for improving students' performance, irrespective of the type of goals they set. In a further study, we used the pre-post design to assess the effects of the model and self-check style on students' dribbling performance in basketball. So this study showed again that those students who received feedback, set a process goal and self-recorded their efforts had the highest performance in the post-test relatively to the pre-test. In a final study, we compared again the effect of different types of goals and the timing students set these goals. So some students set goals at the second level of self-regulated learning, or other students set goals at the third level of education level. All groups improved their performance, but the critical aspect again was the self-check procedure, which aligns with the self-check teaching style. Based on this study and other studies of ours, we developed a teaching framework for learning sport skills in physical education. So we based this framework on the 4 levels of self-regulation. And here we have both teaching actions and self-monitoring actions. And here we have the mean for these actions. So feedback in the emulation phase can be provided by peers, such as in the reciprocal style. And then self-monitoring in the self-control phase can be achieved through the self-check style. So, in closing this part, the third part of my presentation, I sense that the self-teaching style has important implications for improving students' learning and thinking in the context of self-regulated learning. The fourth part of my presentation is about the simple questions. Students in the reciprocal and in self-check style provide feedback either to their peers or to themselves. Is it accurate or not? So, to answer this question, we set up a study in which students, after 10 minutes of initial practice and feedback at the emulation level, proceeded to work either the self-check style, the reciprocal style, or both. But at the same, we used the 3 rating options, but at the same time, we had two external raters. And then we compared students' ratings with external raters, with those of the external raters. Okay. And we found out that students did not provide high accuracy feedback. They were moderate in their feedback accuracy. But those students who received accurate feedback improved their performance. So you have here a graph depicting this result, showing that those who received feedback accuracy, high feedback accuracy, performed better in the chest pass, basketball chest pass, than those who received feedback of low accuracy. So one obvious question is, how do we improve students' feedback? To this end, we went back to the Moston, to the Spectrum book, which outlines that the objective of the self-check style is for the student to gain proficiency about his potential. So in order to check whether we could improve this, this brings us to the concept of calibration, which again Thanasis this morning provided a more elaborate description, but for those who were here, I would say that calibration is the degree to which a person's estimation of his or own performance align with the actual performance. And calibration is rather important for both for self-regulation and for motivation, because a student who overestimates his abilities may choose a difficult task, fail, and then get disappointed. On the contrary, a student who underestimate his or her ability may not try challenging task, and he or she will not improve in performance. So we set up a study to examine whether we can improve students' calibration or their estimation, their performance. So we had again an experimental and a control group, and the experimental group undergone or received all 4 levels of the self-regulated learning, whereas the control group received only the first 2 levels of self-regulated learning. And the results showed that the experimental group, which experienced all 4 levels of self-regulated learning, including self-check, including self-recording, such as in the self-check teaching style, improved their estimation of performance. That is, they lowered the discrepancy between estimated performance and actual performance. So I want again to offer some suggestions for future research. The first one regards to how many rating options. We have used 3 rating options across our studies in order to improve reliability. But we don't know whether it is superior to 2 rating options or 4 rating options. Then another practical issue for teachers is how many times should the student self-record his performance, his efforts. We don't know that, and I think it's worth investigating that, because it's a practical suggestion for the teachers. You go for teaching, say, volleyball skill, a volleyball skill, and then how many times within one teaching hour should students self-record their performance? And finally, feedback should be accurate, timely, and specific. But as we saw in our study, feedback was not so accurate. We need to explore other methods than the one I showed in our studies to improve students' feedback. Again, the objectives of the style refer to developing motivation, and really this has not been explored yet. So these are some suggestions for future research on the effectiveness of the self-check style. In summary, the reciprocal teaching style can be effective in the context of collaborative learning in developing students' social skills. Both the reciprocal and the self-teaching styles can be incorporated effectively in the context of self-regulation learning. Finally, the self-check teaching style can improve students' estimations of their performance. Muska Moston and Sarah Ashworth inspired the educational community through the concept of the spectrum of teaching styles. I have benefit of this. I have greatly benefit of this in my studies, and also from studies from scholars who build on the concept of the spectrum concept. I want to thank all of these and also all of you for being here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marios. We have just a few minutes for questions, comments, suggestions, whatever you want on the very nice, beautiful, I would say, presentation from Marios Goudas. Please feel free. Yes, Professor Poulina.
Thank you for that excellent keynote presentation. I'm really excited that you're seeing increased social skills with reciprocal style. Can you talk a little bit more about how you measured social skills? That's something that we really struggle with. It's hard to measure. Thank you.
I go back. In this slide. So we used one scale containing 4 subscales depicting or tapping social skills, empathy, disruptiveness, and quick temperedness. These 4 subscales were responded by peers. So we collected ratings for every student. We collected 6 ratings of his or her peers. So for a class of 20, we had 120 questionnaires tapping these 4 subscales, and then we got the means.
Thank you very much.
I think that you are ready to ask, but yeah, I see that you are moving, but you don't raise your hand, but yeah.
Is it about AI?
It isn't about AI. First of all, thank you very much again for your great presentation. Yes, you said at a certain point, at several points, that the role of the spectrum regarding to motivation to physical activity is not again so clear. It is needed more research. Could you provide us with some suggestion on how we should move? What are the direction for really exploring what is or what can be the role of the spectrum in motivating students to be more active?
You mean with styles other than?
Yes, in general. It is a general question.
Well,
asking a general answer.
I believe that the research base is very limited. Okay, for all the styles. I would like to provide you an example of problem solving in the context of peer collaboration and in the divergent teaching style. I had this as an option. Give me some time. Okay. On a study we did back in 2008, we used students' collaboration to solve basketball problems. So we modified basketball games, such as the one you see here. Sorry. The defense not allowed in all free area. So defense can be only outside, okay? And then we use this procedure. We ask students to go in their teams to use a simple procedure to develop a strategy. And then we ask students, after some playing time, we ask students to go back in their teams and evaluate this strategy. And then resume playing. And then we again and again repeat this process. And in the end, we provide them with an answer to this problem, if they have not found it. Okay? I can provide you the papers from this study. And the same applies for open-ended problems, which have not been evaluated. We can set in team games open-ended problems of if there are 2 balls in a football 11 versus 11, what can you do? Okay, and then this is an open problem with multiple solutions. So students may work on that on their own. Okay. Please let me show a slide in response to the previous question. Doesn't seem to work. Sorry. Hmm? No, it's stuck. Now, in response to your question, I have some example items from the 4 subscales of social skills. So for cooperative skills, students rate items such as cooperates with others. For empathy, is interested into others' feelings. For quick temperance, he or she gets annoyed and irritated easily. And for causing disruption, he or she bothers and annoys others. These are answered in 7-point Likert scales. Okay.
Okay.
If there are no other questions, we are. There is one. Okay. Or 2.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Marios. Very interesting research, which I've enjoyed reading over the years. I was just going to actually answer your question that about motivation. That I just can't remember who. Someone wrote a book chapter. I think it might have been actually Mark wrote a book chapter where he speaks about, of course, reciprocal, self-check, and inclusion all have features in some way of self-determination theory. And the thing that we know that theory suggests increases motivation is competence, autonomy, and relevance. Of course, different amounts of it. But in cases of like reciprocal style, I guess, one, you have hopefully a classmate helping improve your competence. Two, it's got a little bit of autonomy, like you're working on it, and you're making more decisions. And the relatedness, of course, hopefully the feedback is related to you. It's not just like, you know, let's be honest, with practice style B, there's one model, there's one teacher, and that's it. So there's all of those things are kind of shuffling along on the spectrum as well, like increased competence, increased relevance, increased autonomy. So I guess self-determination theory kind of explains perhaps some of the motivation. And I was going to say to Pamela, I think Mike Goldberger wrote a chapter as well where he looked at reciprocal style, and he had a group taught with reciprocal, a group taught with practice style. I can't remember the exact amount, but I think ballpark it was like practice style had 50 attempts, reciprocal only had 25 attempts, but they nearly had the same improvement in skill. And then he divided the B's and the C's and mixed them together and gave them a new skill. And he measured, if you want to say, like more social skills in that the C's gave more feedback to the B's, not surprisingly, but I guess he was really just measuring like verbal interaction or helpfulness. So yeah, but thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Before going to the next question, just on your comment, and thank you very much for this. I mean, it's amazing about the spectrum of teaching styles, how they can be used not only for self-determination theory, which is fine. I have used it for many years as today, for example, on achievement goals theory because it has the goal. Self-regulation. You can see it, social cognitive theory, self-regulation and self-efficacy as well. And all motivational theories, they can use it and take it and apply effectively and examine specific components of the teaching style, how they contribute to motivation and performance, and also social aspects, which is particularly like cooperation and social support and empathy and all these prosocial behaviors and emotions, and at the end, well-being. It is, and so it's, yeah, it's yeah, we are lucky to have Mostyn and Ashworth, I think, yes, and many others who were before us. Mark, I see you smiling. Yes. And another question?
Yes, Professor Udas, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I still remember you start your speech from a story, right? You said that students don't want to do that, don't want to have those criteria to check their peers. So after so many experience that you have on conducting research and adopting the spectrum styles into your practical teaching or study, then would you please give us some cues that how can we as practitioners or researchers get our students ready to try to get involved in the reciprocal styles and the self-check styles?
Yes, as I showed in our programming collaboration, we had an initial session in classroom settings. And there the teachers provided arguments about the necessity of cooperation. I think in all styles, we need to introduce first and argue and convince the students before we start implementing them. So we need to have 1 or 2 teaching hours for that outside the gym. Otherwise, students came across something new, something they are not used to it, and they are skeptical. But if we try to convince them about the functionality and about why they will do this, these things will improve. So please assign 1 or 2 teaching hours in class. This is my suggestion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Mark.
Thank you, Marios. Is this working or not? Okay. Thanks, Marios. It was a great presentation. A lot of information, but really, really neat. At one point you said with the reciprocal style, you said we probably should look at small groups and doing the reciprocal style. Can you describe to me? So what would that look like?
Well, think of the co-op structure. So students have to work in 3 groups, producing 1 output and then teach the others. Within their group, students should work together. And then one student may have an idea and then express it to others. He then gets feedback. And then he may or may not react to that feedback to insist on his or her idea. So that's why the same applies to the jigsaw structure, because their groups should have an expert, but that expert should teach the others and provide them directions and receive feedback from them. And then this expert should teach the other experts. So the jigsaw results in one-to-one situation later on. So there, the reciprocal style is implemented again, and if students have acquired the skills for the reciprocal style, as we did before, they can be effective in these roles.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other? And or we need now, we are going 1 minute for Professor Digelidis. Thank you from me and from Marios Goudas. On behalf of the Spectrum community and the society, the Spectrum Society, this is
Okay, now I would ask Kostas, our professional photographer here, to give us guidance how to set up for the family photo. I don't know if it is raining outside or not, but let's try something first here. Kostas, where would you like us to? Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We have our four presenters over here, and I think we just wait for 1 minute, one more minute, and have our audience to come back to here, and then we start this section. Okay, thank you. Hello. Hello. All right, so 1 minute, time's up. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fengming Wei, and I'm one of the board directors. And first of all, I would like to thank you for your participation. This is the last oral section for the first conference on spectrum. So, the topic we will talk about in this section is about justice and future directions. Now, in this section, we have four presenters sitting on this stage now. And as the moderator of this section, I have two things to do. The first thing is I would have this section right after the one hours. Okay, I will cut the section in 1 hour. And the second thing I will have to do is I would like that our presenters to interact with audience. So I would ask our presenters to have their presentation in 12 minutes. So later I will sit over there, and if you see I stand up, that means you have 2 minutes left. And if you see I'm moving to the stage, that would mean that time's up for your presentation. So is that okay for all of you? Yes, thank you very much. So now let's invite the first presenter, Dr. Okade. Thank you.
Oui. Hi, what is happening? Sorry. Okay. So, dear colleagues, thanks to be here. This is our last session. And good afternoon. My name is Yoshinori Okade at Nippon Sports Science University in Japan. I'm so pleased to have this opportunity to share our experience on this occasion. You can see so many times this picture. So this is our research members. And now I would like to introduce our background. Over the past decade, scholars have stressed the need for teaching methods that fosters inclusive learning and address systemic inequalities. Also, research shows that the P often reinforces gendered, racialized, and uplift norms, highlighting the need for social just and inclusive practice. Our research team has been exploring the spectrum of teaching style as a tool for embedding diversity, inclusion, and social justice in physical education in this context. Here, this framework promotes autonomy, critical reflection, and social interaction, key elements of inclusive student-centered learning. Despite these benefits, the adoption of the spectrum of teaching style remains limited in certain cultural contexts, like Japan, where P curricula have traditionally focused on discipline and technical skill rather than student-centered approaches. Given this, there is a need to explore how the spectrum of teaching style can be influenced. Social and personal skills development in Japanese PE, particularly regarding diversity, inclusion, and social justice. This research is guided by the following two research questions. First one, how do Japanese in-service PE teachers perceive and implement the spectrum teaching diversity, inclusion, and social justice? Second one, what challenges and opportunities emerged when integrating the spectrum teaching styles into the Japanese physical education curricula? This slide shows the physical education teachers participated in this research. This slide shows our research design. So, the purpose of pre-service training interview was establish a clear baseline understanding of in-service professional teachers, the background, teaching context, and prior approaches to teaching social justice, social and the personal skills. The interview was also captures participants' goals and expectations for the upcoming training, providing the essential context for interpreting the changes in the perspectives and teacher practice in later stage of the study. And this slide shows the structure of 4 sessions of online training. This slide shows post-training interview question. In Japanese. After completing the spectrum teaching style training, each in-service teacher developed a spectrum-based instruction unit. Rather than asking these teachers to create an entirely new unit, they were encouraged to modify and add their existing unit by intentionally integrating spectrum teaching styles to promote students' social and personal skills through a social justice lens. Each spectrum unit was designed to include 7 to 8 lessons based on our curriculum. And then, throughout the development process, teachers communicated with a spectrum expert and received feedback to refine and strengthen the unit. This collaborative feedback process was intended to ensure that each unit comprehensively aligned with the purpose of the spectrum framework, namely to teach social and personal skills, including social justice, through the intentional use of the range of spectrum teaching styles. The expert feedback provided to teachers was formative, detailed, and supportive, with a strong emphasis on helping teachers define the spectrum-based unit to more clearly align with the pedagogical intent, inclusion, and social justice principles. Overall, the feedback affirmed that teachers had thoughtfully incorporated content from the Spectrum workshop and that the instructional plans demonstrated a clear intention to foster social and personal skills. At the same time, the expert offered constructive suggestions to strengthen fidelity of specific Spectrum teaching style by clarifying who makes instructional decisions, how tasks are structured, and how the student autonomy can be expanded. The feedback also highlighted opportunities to intentionally embed social justice education by using the belief-targeted questions and line forces that prompt students to critically examine their leadership, power, gender role, privilege, and unconscious bias, and collect these classroom experience to broader social context. Importantly, the feedback was framed as option and adapted rather than prescriptive, reinforcing teachers' professional agency and inviting experimentation rather than compliance. The expert consistently promoting positioned questioning, reflection, and discussion as conscious but meaningful component of PE lesson that enhance physical activity. After enhancing the Spectrum unit plan with the Spectrum expert and receiving feedback, each in-service physical education teacher implemented finalized the Spectrum unit at their own home school. During the expert visit in Japan, an in-person 4-hour Spectrum of teaching style workshop was conducted. The workshop was designed to be highly practical and interactive and included in-service with teachers, collaborative university staff, and also graduate students. During this visit, the Spectrum's experts observed lesson in progress, providing an opportunity to see how the Spectrum teaching style was enacted in authentic school context. Following each observation, the experts engaged in reflective discussion with the teachers and offered both positive feedback and constructive suggestions to support effective implementations. This slide shows the questionnaire questions for the post-implementation interview. So here I would like to present our preliminary findings, which are based on 2 teachers' interviews conducted after the implementation. One teacher teaches physical education at elementary school and is studying for a PhD. The other teacher teaches PE at a secondary school and has a PhD. Both had secondary school physical education teachers' qualification, and the result can be summarized in the following 4 points. The first one, both teachers viewed the program positively, aiming to improve their practice and confident in teaching social justice based on student achievement in the social domain. Second, neither of them recognized the importance of the teaching social justice internally before the program, but they have improved the understanding of its importance in physical education. And the third one, they have improve their teaching of social justice using Spectrum, especially style B CRA. At the post, they appreciated cooperating with the research team, and this created a community of practice for physical education using Spectrum. These results show that potential of teaching styles for implementing inclusive and social justice-oriented physical education in Japanese context. On the other hand, the further analysis and discussion on the interview process for further teachers and the project itself should be implemented. Yeah, and thanks so much for your kind attention. We would like to be grateful if you have some question and good suggestion for our project. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Okata Sensei. So our next presentation in this section will be provided by Ito-san. Okay, so you'll be the next one. This is that correct? Yes, thank you. Okay. So you have 12 minutes. Okay. Yep. Okay, so hello again. I'm Masahiro Ito from Western Colorado University. And then at this conference, we presented several studies. So this presentation is the foundation of all of them. So fostering social justice and inclusion in PE, pedagogical strategies for today's polarized society. So these are our research members. So over recent decades, scholars have stressed the need for pedagogical strategies that promote inclusion and address systematic inequities. In physical education, calls for approaches prioritizing diversity, inclusion, and social justice challenge traditional exclusionary curricula. Yet research shows PE often reinforce gendered, racialized, and ableist norms. And underscoring the need for society as socially just practice. Polarization is evident globally. In the US, recent policy changes affecting DEI programs, curriculum content on race and gender, and transgender student rights have sparked protests and legal challenges. Intentionally, policies related to sex verification in sport have also drawn criticism for concerns about discrimination and privacy. The IOC has introduced a framework that allows international federations to determine eligibility criteria for female categories, often based on biological considerations. These policies aim to balance fairness and inclusion, but remain highly debated. And then today's youth grow up immersed in technology, which can reduce opportunities for face-to-face interaction and may influence the development of social skills. While this trend is often discussed in the US and often global contexts, similar concerns have also been raised in Japan, where it is described as the decline of the three spaces: time, physical space, and peer relationships. As a result, young people may experience challenges in reading emotions, building relationships, and navigating real-world disagreements. Teaching empathy
teamwork, and conflict resolution is therefore increasingly important to support their development in both personal and collaborative contexts. Then the spectrum of teaching styles offers a framework for embedding diversity, inclusion, and social justice in PE. Its 11 styles foster autonomy, reflection, and social interaction, which are critical to inclusive student-centered learning. Spectrum of teaching styles, such as reciprocal style, style C, self-check style, style D, and guided discovery, style F, have been shown to enhance student motivation while strengthening both cognitive and social skill development. These approaches encourage learners to take a more active role in their own progress, whether through peer feedback, personal evaluation, or structured problem solving, which helps them build confidence and autonomy. In addition, inclusion style and reciprocal style are particularly effective in promoting responsibility, cooperation, and meaningful interaction among students. By creating opportunities for shared decision-making and constructive feedback, these styles support a more collaborative learning environment where students learn to communicate, support one another, and engage respectfully in group tasks. And the inclusion style, style E, and reciprocal style, style C, are particularly effective in promoting responsibility and cooperation through structured interaction and peer feedback. Students develop communication skills and learn to support one another. And our research shows that PETE scholars and teachers recognize the spectrum as a powerful framework for advancing justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, JEDI, and supporting social skill development. Findings also indicate positive impacts on student engagement, behavior, and teacher professional development. This study is grounded in critical pedagogy, which views education as a space to question power, inequity, and promote equity. Central to this perspective is Flair's idea that education can serve as a tool for social change through dialogue, reflection, and student agency. In this view, students are not passive recipients of knowledge, but active participants who construct understanding and critically engage with social realities. This theoretical approach aligns closely with the spectrum of teaching styles, which emphasizes student-centered learning through shared decision-making, reflection, and learner empowerment, supporting more inclusive and transformative educational experiences. Developmental channels within the spectrum provide a structured way for teachers to intentionally support students' growth in areas beyond physical skills, including independence, empathy, and communication. These channels highlight how different teaching styles can nurture personal and social development by giving learners opportunities to make decisions, reflect on their actions, and interact meaningfully with peers. By aligning instructional choices with these developmental goals, educators can create learning environments that foster not only motor competence, but also the interpersonal skills essential for lifelong learning and collaboration. In a polarized digital world, young people often navigate environments where face-to-face understanding is limited and information spreads rapidly. While this is a global issue, similar concerns have also been raised in Japan, where changes in youth interaction have been widely discussed. This makes fostering inclusion, empathy, and critical thinking essential for healthy social development. Within this context, the spectrum provides a meaningful pathway for educators to design inclusive and socially just learning environments in physical education. While there is growing awareness of inclusion and social justice in Japan, there is still a lack of structured pedagogical frameworks to guide a consistent and effective practice. The spectrum addresses this gap by providing a systematic approach to designing inclusive learning experiences. By promoting voice, choice, collaboration, and reflection, it helps create spaces where all students feel valued and supported. Thank you. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Ito-san. Then next one is our third presenter, Sherry Yang from Taiwan, and she will talk about the topic. Is that okay? Okay, good.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shouwei Yang, and I am a PhD candidate from National Taiwan Normal University. So it is my great pleasure to be here today to share my research with you. Today I want to talk about different versions of learning, how assessment for learning shapes learner independence within most spectrum of teaching style. So I've been teaching badminton at the university level for years, and my constant hope is for students to become lifelong participants in sports. However, in daily teaching, we often face three major challenges. The first, many students take PE classes simply to get their required credit rather than out of a real interest in sports. And most PE classes still rely on traditional teaching center method, what we call command and practice style. This style focuses heavy on repeating a single skill. And students only get 2 or 3 lessons to practice a skill before taking a test. If they cannot meet the teacher's standard, they feel defeated and they do not understand why they are learning this skill. And once the exam is over, they stop playing the sports entirely. To solve this problem, I redesigned my badminton course at the macro level, which is our big picture framework. I use a sport education model. This model guides what we teach and set our long-term learning goals. Under this framework, I divided my badminton course into 3 phases: badminton skill and tactics, the regular season, and grand finale. While sport education gives us the big frameworks, we need a micro-level strategy to guide daily classmate interactions. This is where the spectrum of teaching style come in. The spectrum focuses on who make the decision during the lesson across the 3 phases of my course. I gradually shift the power of decision making from the teacher to the student. By doing this, the spectrum gives us clear practical answer on how to teach, when to teach, and why we teach within the sport education model. So now, how do we assess this process? In the past, PE assessment only looked at whether a specific area of development was successful. In my course, I changed this by using the Assessment for Learning framework. Within Assessment for Learning, we can clearly see how the shifting of decision-making in the teaching spectrum actually helps students learn, and Assessment for Learning acts as a roommate, and it helps students understand where they are and where they need to go next. And this journey can be guided by the teacher, or it can be discovered by students themselves. So in my actual classmate, I guide students to collect their learning journey over time. They keep a continual record and their progress under different teaching style. This record include the classmate task and the learning notes, self-assessment, and peer assessment. By doing this, students can visually see their own growth, taking ownership of their learning step by step. So with this teaching and assessment framework in mind, my research as a core question in an assessment approach, how do giving decision-making power to students affect their learning outcome? Especially we can to look at how students develop independence, not just how they get the high grade. So to answer this, I use action research with focus on qualitative data. And we invited 100 students across 3 16-week courses. And every week we collect student learning record and material and my own teaching journal. At the end of the semester, we conducted individual interview from students. So we use semantic analysis and compare of our finding with the 5 key strategies of the Assessment for Learning framework to see how students progress. So in the first stage of our study, we found that decision-making shifts mostly during the impact and post-impact phase on teaching. Here's how it works by using the practicing style. The teacher set clear goals so students knew what to do, and through practice and feedback, students realize their current learning level and start making independent decisions about how to complete tasks. By using the reciprocal style, students work in pairs. They use video and checklists to check each other's movement and give feedback. And they improve their social and communication skill and help them stop relying solely on the teacher feedback. At the end of each class, students look at their own performance and decide on their next step. This successful help them develop self-awareness and self-regulation skill. Even though students were making more decisions, we noticed a very interesting problem. Students still try to align their performance with what the teacher wants. And in this stage, students were working hard mainly to get a good grade and meet the teacher standard. They still saw assessment as obstacle to getting grade rather than a tool for self-growth. Therefore, we realized that the independence they show was only functional independence. It had not yet transformed into deep cognitive independence. So to break through this barrier in the second and third phase, we expand the student decision-making power into pre-impact phase, which means before the actual learning activity start, we give students complete control over the entire learning progress before, during, and after class. To make this shift happen, we made 3 major changes to our teaching design. Instead of telling students exactly what to do, we use Mostyn production cluster. We also presented all learning goals in the form of clear rubric. We offered open choice and individualized learning. Students will know. So students were no longer passive. They didn't just follow a single standard set by the teacher. Instead, using the rubric, they could choose their own learning goal and decide how they want to practice based on their past experience. And when we encourage dynamic practice and negotiation, and we create a learning loop, choose goal, and design the practice method, and play the match, and they do the team and the individual reflection. So in the loop, every team design completely different goal and reflection. And during the match, students began to negotiate rule with opposing teams, and learn was not longer standardized. It's become a dynamic co-creative experience. Through this deep level of empowerment, we observe an empowerment transformation in our students. They move from doing tasks to truly owning their learning. And students start asking themselves deep questions like, what should we do in the next class? And how can I make a real change in my performance? And they were no longer waiting for the teacher instruction. At the end of the semester, students could clearly see the meaning of this course. They could look back at their learning portfolio and see exactly how they improve over time. This is our most important finding. Students' final break free from the pressure of grade, and they stopping seeing assessment as obstacle. Instead, they start seeing assessment as a capacity and help tool for their own self-growth, and they achieve true deep cognitive independence. So as analyzed by us under the suppositive framework of assessment, as our assessment framework, we no longer examine each developmental channel is isolation, and instead we provide a more directional lens to observe how students evolve into independent learners through the dynamic process of decision-making shift. In journey toward independent learning encompassed in diverse versions and outcomes, this process is not binary, blank and white state, but rather field evolution. By gradually giving decision-making power to our students, especially in the pre-impact phase, and make catalyze their journey toward become true, lifelong, and autonomous learner. So thank you very much for your time and listening.
Okay, thank you, Sherry and Professor Shi. And our last presenter for this session is Dr. Bartolo
and his presentation is about future directions. No. What happened?
Maybe.
Okay. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you to the board of the Institute of Spectrumstein for accepting our abstract. So, this is not my primary research field, but when Nikos Digelidis 1 year ago told me about this event, so I decided to go back to the work of some students, so because I teach also didactics of physical education and psychomotricity, so I'm professor of motor behavior at the University of Chieti and Pescara in Italy. And I decided, with the support also of a colleague that I'm working with from Tunisia, Faten Hamdi, to analyze some data that we collected and we never used. So it was just an exercise during a COVID period. So I went back and tried to understand if the teaching habits of the Italian teachers could change with these environmental constraints and with the lockdown, with these constraints that we had in that period. So the idea was and I will go to the different sessions, as you can see here, presenting some results. So the idea was to see if they could change their habit moving from different styles, teaching styles. So in Italy, the teachers are quite old and they come from a previous education, not for the current sports science education, but mainly from the Institute of Physical Education, the former education system that we had for the physical education teachers. And they are used to implement command and practice styles mainly. So the idea was do the lockdown or some environmental factors can change their habit, so they could shift from some styles to others due to these constraints. So this was the idea behind this data collection that we did with some master students. Because they needed to be more flexible in this type of situation with this type of environmental factors and constraints. So the idea is to see if there was a shift between the reproductive to the productive style, and if the line, the main line between these two categories could be crossed. So what we did, we developed a survey. We do not have the questionnaire used in Italian translated to my knowledge. So this is something that we can do in the future for sure, because it is interesting. And the idea is to map the pre-pandemic styles. So we did some specific session to better teach the teaching styles to the in-service PE teachers and try to ask some questions. So also some focus group, but particularly some surveys that we developed specifically for that purposes. So, and the idea was to identify the primary teaching styles. They couldn't write all the styles that they were used to use, not just one or two, but all the styles that were in their habit. Then we assessed if they changed their styles during a COVID period, if they modify, if they were flexible in some ways in this type of styles, and then how was this directional change. So, as you could see, we involve 195 PE in-service PE teachers. So, 152 of that 195 stayed stated that they changed their habits. So we analyzed mainly these 152 teachers. As you can see, the mean age is quite old, 50 years old. And with an average of teaching experience of 17 years, 18 years, and the sample was mainly, so there was a prevalence of female teachers, so 61%, which is the representative of the Italian school system. So if we go to the primary, we have 95 female teachers in primary school in Italy, for instance. So we perform some non-parametric analysis like chi-square and t-test to see how was this change. So as you can see, almost 80% of the people declare that they changed their teaching habits. So, and it is the interesting data, in my opinion, in this type of assessment. As you can see, the main interest was in see the change between the reproductive to the productive, that we call in Italy also directive and non-directive sometimes. So this is why you will see in some slides this type of definition, directive style or non-directive styles. But what is interesting is that the distribution, as you can see, I do not have the pointer. No, I have the pointer here, it seems. So just let me see how it works. No. No. Okay. But as you can see, there is a change in the different styles. So in all the spectrum, in all the 11 styles. And it is interesting how during COVID, so some style changed a lot. So for instance, guided discovery. It is interesting how it was reduced during the COVID period, for instance, but other style increased. So our idea was that with the constraints and with the online education, they could improve probably the reproductive style. But so unexpectedly, this is not what happened, as you can see here, because they changed a lot. And summarizing the two different styles, so they reduced a lot the directive style. So you can see better in these slides. So in the left part, there was the directive style in the pre-pandemic, so the reproductive, and the productive style on the other side. So during the pandemic, the directive style decreased in the habit that they had. So they need to be more flexible to work in a different way with the students, with the lockdown and with the constraints that this situation imposed. So this is the main finding, and as you can see here, so they showed that they need to be adaptive in the changing environment, so the constraints create some destructor in their thoughts, in the way they taught, and they were used to taught. So, and in this way, the lockdown was a pedagogical catalyst. So, and many of them had to change their behavior as teacher. And it is also true that this change, this instructional change, is context-driven. So it would be interesting, how is the situation now, 5 years or 4 years after, for instance. We collected this data, so in the end of 21, starting of 22. So when there was the lockdown or some other constraints in the educational system. So there are a lot of limitations. So first, the survey was not validated. So this is why we never publish this type of data, but it was interesting to share with you in this context during this event, this first conference. So, and also self-report, as we saw yesterday, can create bias. So observation is more important than just to the report, the perception of the using of teaching style and so on. And for sure, there is the need of longitudinal studies to follow how the teachers can change their habit or their behavior through the time during different situations. So, and another important point is how this change, how much this change can be perceived or can be durable. So the conclusion are that the COVID lockdown in Italy served as an involuntary disruption that shifted Italian PE teachers significantly toward non-directive, student-centered styles on milestone spectrum. 80% of the teachers intentionally modified their instructional style with a statistically significant decrease in directive methods. This highlights the adaptive plasticity of teaching behavior under environmental and institutional constraints, and the results suggest that the crisis-driven transformation may produce a lasting pedagogical shift beyond the acute emergency period. And for sure, future research should explore long-term rotation of this change in the pedagogical habit of the teacher. So, thank you very much. I wanted to share with you this type of data that we collected, and I hope that it can provide some direction for the future. Thank you very much.
So thank you for all our 4 presenters, and I think I record many information from their presentation, and all those presentations are interesting. So it's time is for you. Do you have any questions, comments, or ideas that you want to exchange with our presenters? Yes, we have.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. I have 2 questions about social justice for the first 2 presenters. For the first presenter, I want to propose a basic definition questions. Because we all know the basic meaning about the social justice, but in your research or your cultural context, what it really means, what it means, or what it related or connected to some events, concepts, or the problems happening in the educational environments, or in another word, what problems that you want to deal with through the social justice concepts. Because it could relate it to why, compared with other awareness or abilities, you think the social justice concepts or abilities or awareness is more important than others for our in-service teachers. That's my questions. And the second question for the second presenter, also related to social justice, you mentioned about some events, for example, the ILC 6 test policy in the backgrounds, and then you try to use it to describe the polarized society concepts, and then you connect it to the spectrum. We know the spectrum could improve some abilities about it, but how do social justice solve or overcome this kind of events or situation that you mentioned in backgrounds? There are since these connections. Could you provide more describing about it? Thank you.
So, Professor Okate, yes, you can just use the microphone.
Thanks so much for your questioning. Yeah, the social justice there. Maybe in Japan, it is a little bit difficult to understand, be aware. But recently, we have facing the very difficulty to keep the equality in education, like that. For example, in physical education, there are so many claims from the parents and so on, because my children has negatively excluded in the physical education, even though in the physical education lesson and so on. And then, in this sense, given the equal opportunity for participating in the physical education, like that, and then we have also so many immigrant students in schools recently. Therefore, the cultural background is so different, and the teachers in school are so confusing how to communicate not only with the children but also the parent. Therefore, the school are always trying to communicate the parents and also the student and the academic society for promoting the equity in schools or education. We are gathering some basic information how to communicate with them, what we have to change in school context and so on. Therefore, step by step, we have changed the system. But I have to say, before coming so many immigrants, we have so many similar problems in Japan. Some not so strongly like in England, but we also have social classes in Japan. Yeah, it's a very difficult problem. Historically, we have produced and reproduced these social classes. They have limited the chances to participate in the society and so on. But through the physical education, we can give them much more chances to students to be aware what is the equity or the equality and how to change it through the participating in physical education and so on. Therefore, the teacher also be aware of what they should do. Is it the correct answer, what you are now asking me? Okay, thanks so much.
Yes, Ito-san, you can use the microphone. Yes, thank you. Professor?
Sorry, could you answer, could you ask the second question again?
In short, you mentioned about some events such like IOC in your backgrounds and try to use the concept to describe the polarized society and then you connect it to spectrum. But you didn't mention about how spectrum can solve or overcome this kind of events is happening in your background or in this society. So can you provide more describing? Thank you.
The spectrum. The spectrum. Why? Okay. Yeah, sure.
Sorry, we are a little bit confusing. Sorry. Maybe, as I have mentioned, the wording social justice like that, so on. We are facing so many information, but politically, for example, educational policy. Government has already decided to change, for example, the physical education system. We have described our course of study to take care of the person with disability, to promote the inclusion in physical education, not only in physical education, but in all subjects and so on. And step by step, this information will be delivered to all the teachers through our system. That means we have the educational the board and the Japanese government curriculum researcher. They have developed some basic document and have the workshop. And this information also delivered to the teachers step by step, like the cascade system. So we have to say, it takes a little bit time. But this is one of the examples, maybe what you are now asking for us. Is it right?
Can I extend this discussion? Because, for example, the IOC gender test policies, how do you connect it to the social justice issue? How could you find a relationship? Maybe are you define it is on social justice or something?
The recently, our society, the Japan Society of Physical Education, Health and Sports Science, this is the biggest society, academic society in Japan related in the sports science, health and sports sciences. The president of our society has asked the society to check the document from the IOC and to get the agreement to protest this document and so on. It was a sad thing we are not doing. But the sports association at this moment, they have discussing each other, and it's currently it is very difficult to get agreement inside of this academic or the sports federation and so on. Maybe this is our reality at this moment. Yeah, there are so many opinions. Yeah, opinions, and they are so critical the opinion we have. But how to get the agreement to declare something to whom or when? Yeah, we need a little bit of time. Maybe some people will critically the saying not answering something is maybe the diffusion. Yeah, denying this opinion. Why you didn't do it? Maybe such critic we have. Yeah, but politically, in the political level, it's very hard to say that something. That is the reality. Sorry, ne?
Yeah, thank you for the replying.
So do we have more questions, comments from the audience? Yes, we have one question from, yes, Wei Mao.
I have a question for the third presenter. Thank you for presentation. So I want to ask how many teaching style in total you use in your sport education season?
Yes.
Does each episode happen simultaneously or
So I think in the sport education is the framework, and I use I think without the K and J, and we use all of the style, try to use all the style into the framework, because as we know, we have to align our goal. So if our goal have to use the style like A or B or C, that we have to use it in the maybe in the same class. It will happen in the same lesson. Yeah.
So in each, which means in each lesson, sometimes you use one or two styles. Sometimes you use maybe one or more styles in each lesson.
Yes.
And each style, does those styles happen simultaneously in one episode or separate to different episodes?
Okay, so for example, for my second and third stage, and I talk about we let the student setting a goal, and they have to choose the practice, some practice style, and then they have to making a discussion with each other, who will be in the competition, and then after the competition they have to do observe each other and giving feedback, and then they have to do the reflection. So like you can see in the same lesson, there are different episodes inside. Yeah.
Thank you. And I have one more comment for the last presentation, because I went to an AERA this year, last last month in LA. And we have one researcher present a study about the post-COVID for the some in-serve teacher who graduate during the COVID or after COVID, and they do report the lower self-efficacy in teaching and lower confidence in teaching. So I think it's very value to provide some workshop or intervention for the in-serve teacher who are in the earlier career to implement those teaching styles. Thank you.
Yeah, it is a comment and not a question, so I definitely agree with that, because also spectrum of teaching style, for instance, in Italy is not well known by the teachers, so they are just reproducing what they did when they were students. We do not have a high-level education system for the pre-teaching service. So we started in 2000 with 2 years of specialization after the 5 years of sports science graduation. Then we had 2 other changes, and now the system provide to the students 1 year of education after the master degree in each of the fields of sports science, which means that they are not expert in didactics of physical education. This is the main problem that we currently have in Italy. And for instance, I was providing, some weeks ago, lessons online to this 1 year post-graduation habilitation system for PE teachers. And I was explaining how spectrum of teaching style works, but they need to practice it, and you can do just if you are in presence, for instance, so doing really work on the gym, on the field, and so on. This is the main problem, and this is also the problems that we had when we collected this data, because we had to do sessions or to provide sessions to go more in deep on the different teaching styles. So definitely agree that they need a specific education on that.
Yes. More questions or comments from the audience? Okay.
So if I can add one thing, because you are on these slides, and this is interesting because it is something that it is not understandable for many other countries, because in Italy we really start PE teaching with specialized teachers just in the middle school, when they are 11 years old. Just in the last 2 years, for instance, we implemented in our national system specialized PE teacher in the 4th and 5th level of the primary school. So this is why when we collected this data, so we started from the middle school, because in the primary school we have general teachers that teach also PE. So, and this is, because looking at the slides, so it was not understandable why there was no primary school, the 1st, 5th grades, for instance. So, sorry.
Thank you. So, all our presenters will be stay here and stay with us in the afternoon. So if you have more questions or comments want to interact with them, that would be okay. So thank you for your participation. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Nikos, move on to the next section.
Yes, we will continue with the last roundtable, and it's going to be the conclusion of at least the scientific program of this conference. I have sent before a couple of minutes a message to you through WhatsApp with a short announcement. I don't know if everybody has been in this group, so I'm gonna read it for those who are not in this group. Our scientific program ends today with this round table. And I would like to ask all the board of directors of the Institute to join me here. And later today at 3:30 p.m., we will meet in front of the restaurant. We will need 10 to 15 minutes walk. We have arranged a guided visit to the archaeological site and the museum. And I think, or I suppose, or I hope that the rain is going off anyway. And of course, later at the evening at 8 o'clock, we will have dinner. And at the beginning of the dinner, we have a little surprise because somehow we need to celebrate 60 years for the Spectrum. And we'll have a little cake, and then we'll have dinner, and then who knows what else? Okay. Party, probably. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. So I would like to invite my colleagues here, the board of directors, to join me. We are ready for party always.
Hey, Nikos. You want to hold this? Thank you. Okay, I'll begin. We're in conclusion of our conference here. We're just doing a roundtable, and within this roundtable presentation, we're talking about presenting to you kind of our mission and then our challenges and aspirations for the coming year. And as I speak here, I have this organized around 4 parts. I'm going to speak to the ongoing initiatives that are going on currently, that we have full steam ahead. I'll talk about some developing Spectrum initiatives, Institute initiatives. We'll talk about upcoming future Spectrum initiatives that we as a board have talked about and are in the process of pushing it forward in the future. And then we're going to spend, I'm going to talk for no more than 15 minutes here. So we'll have about a half an hour of time where we really want to hear from you folks about, so what do you want the Spectrum? What do you think the Spectrum could do for you? Ideas on that. All right, so that's where I'm going here.
Nikos, Robin, Min, Maria, and I will briefly talk about these 4 areas. And as you can see, the foundation now includes 5 board members plus 3 foundation employees. Autumn Rosenkrantz, Executive Director, where are you? All right. And Alexander Martin. And those 2 are the ones that keep this whole ship running. So thank you very much for you 2. Jim Sack, our general counsel, wasn't able to come with us on this trip this year, but he did in past years. Okay, let me just, before we go to these 4 topics here, I'm going to talk just a little bit about the spectrum, the mission, and so forth. The mission of the Institute is to promote, enhance, and disseminate the spectrum of teaching styles. Our primary goal is to serve as a center for teachers, coaches, teacher educators, scholars, curriculum developers from around the world to study and perfect the art and science of teaching and learning through the spectrum of teaching styles. The formation of the Spectrum Institute, which is a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving education, was Sarah's gift to Spectrum colleagues around the world, old and new. And the funding for the Spectrum Institute was generously provided by Sarah's late husband, Alexander Sandy Lankler, and the Lankler Family Foundation. And we have been able to do a lot so far, and I think there's a lot more to be done still. So thank you very much for Sarah, to Sarah. And I spent the last 10 years of her life, myself and Nikos in particular, and Autumn was present during that period of time, but I spent quite a bit of time with her, meeting with her about what we really want to do, or what she really wanted to do with the foundation to keep the spectrum alive. And she has been a contributor to the spectrum of teaching styles since the late 60s, beginning 70s. So she's an integral part of the spectrum of teaching styles. And I'll just say one more thing. As I watched PowerPoint presentations today and saw posters and heard you speak, at times, and I think you did this without really thinking about it or knowing, but at times you called the spectrum Mostyn spectrum. And in essence, it really is Mostyn and Ashworth, unless you're referring back to one of the original texts that only Muska Mostyn was a part of. So, Sarah, big part, huge part. Okay, let's talk about the ongoing pieces. We started a workshop, the workshop series. This is in its 4th year that we host in this spring, I guess we do, yeah. In the spring, we host a workshop series of which many of you have been presenters and or participant observers. Research grant recipients typically present their research findings as part of these workshop series. Initiative number 2, Spectrum Roundtable Conversation. Last year, on September 26th, 2025, we hosted this initiative for the first time. This will be an event to bring together Spectrum colleagues for open conversation, collaboration, Spectrum Institute updates, and we plan to do this on a yearly basis. Ongoing Initiative number 3, the Outstanding Institute's Outstanding Journal Publication of the Year. And what I will do with this one is announce this year's award winners. We have 2 categories now. For Research Theoretical Journal Publication of the Year, it was the Simonton, Hanishi, Gray, Espinoza. They received it for their article titled Physical Education Pre-Service Teachers, Perceptions of Learning About the Spectrum of Teaching Styles and its Role in Their Pedagogical Awareness and Practice, an article published in the European Physical Education Review. The award winner for the Applied Practical Journal Publication of the Year was Chatoupas for his article titled Applying a Task Progression to the Divergent Discovery Style of Teaching, published in the Journal of Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance. So those were this year's recipients. What's that? Spectrum Institute Research Grant Award Program. These research grants are open to graduate students, master's and doctoral, and university faculty. They vary in amounts from $5,000 to $25,000, and we award approximately between 4 and 7, we have been annually with this. For those of you who have submitted application packets for this year, 2026, they are still in review at this point in time. We're probably a week or 2 behind given what we're doing here. So it's coming. Be patient. Number 5, Spectrum Institute Mini Grant Award Program for presenting research at international conferences. This particular mini grant program is to help cover travel, accommodations, meal expenses for researchers presenting a spectrum-related paper at an international conference. We award individuals $1,500 for that. So that can be any international conference in which you present a spectrum-specific presentation. Initiative number 6, Mini Grant Award Program for the submission of videotaped Spectrum episodes. Accepted exemplary videotaped episodes of landmark teaching styles are posited in the Spectrum website library online to provide Spectrum users example videotapes of the landmark teaching styles. We've been providing $500 to individuals who develop one of these episodes, and it is accepted by us. And we do review it and obviously make sure that it is representative of the landmark style that is being presented in it. Initiative number 7, Spectrum Institute Educational Curriculum, the MOOC, Massive Open Online Courses. These 12 courses are free to individuals interested in learning about the spectrum of teaching styles and faculty interested in using the courses or parts of to supplement their instruction in PEAT courses within their university. The 12 courses are currently produced in English, and I'll say a little bit more about languages when we come to our next parts here. And by the way, as I'm speaking about these initiatives, each one of them has much information on the website. So certainly you can go there to learn more about them. Initiative number 8, Sarah Ashworth Graduate Student Assistantship Scholarship Award. This will be, just ignore that. This will be the second year that we are awarding Sarah Ashworth Graduate Student Scholarships. 3 were granted in 2025, the inaugural year of this initiative. This particular award is for master's level students as well as doctoral level students. If you're a master's student and were to receive one of these awards, it's for 2 years. For a doctoral student, it's for 4 years. We intend to grant 3 to 5 each year. And I think I just said we had 3 this past year. And stand up if you're one of those students, because I know there's a couple here. Megan and Miko. Right there. All right. Thank you. Initiative number 9, International Conference on the Spectrum of Teaching Styles. You're experiencing the first one here. And it's going to be an annual event, and it's going to be hosted right here every year. I just want to see if Nikos was, see if he was awake still. No. We are, that's one of the initiatives. We haven't decided completely yet, but it probably, this gathering is probably going to occur every, I don't know, 3 to 4 years, something like that. We haven't decided completely yet. And certainly, you know, your input on that would be great too. Number 10. Some of you may know this one because you do things with ISEP. So the Spectrum Institute has agreed to fund this ISEP program designed for doctoral students coming from around the globe, for the next 10 years. This summer school program takes place every 2 years, or every second year, as part of the ISEP conference, or in this year in Taiwan, the World Congress. The funds provided by the Spectrum Institute support travel, accommodation, and meal costs for the 20 students who are accepted to attend. I know one student here is going to be going to Taiwan, but I don't know if he's here right now. Is he? There he is. There. All right. And we actually are. Another one. Yes. 2. Sorry. Yeah. We will be, as a part of ISEP conference, after the conference, these students get together for about 5 days, 4 or 5 days, and go through a pretty intensive program. And the Spectrum will have a session during that where we are able to talk to these students and inform them of things that are going on with the Spectrum. So. And initiative number 11. Spectrum Symposium Session Proposal for ISEP Conferences, World Congresses. The Spectrum Institute, we submit a Spectrum Symposium Session Proposal for each ISEP conference. Faculty and graduate students can submit an abstract for a Spectrum-related research theoretical presentation to the Spectrum Institute, of which 4 to 5 are selected to be submitted as part of a symposium session proposal. Transportation costs to the ISEP Conference, World Congress, are provided by the Spectrum Institute for each paper's accepted and the presenter going to do that. I know Vanessa is here, going to Taiwan, is one of the presenters, and Kim as well. Good. And those are the 11 initiatives that are going on currently. So let's talk a couple minutes on a couple of the others. These are we have four initiatives that currently we are developing, and they've kind of started and are at different places in this. First one here is an edited book. The title of the book is going to be Integration of Spectrum Teaching Styles in Contemporary Studies in Physical Education and Sport Pedagogy. The aim of this particular book is to systematically document and critically examine the integration of spectrum styles theory within contemporary scholarship across diverse domains of inquiry in sport pedagogy and PEAT. Just to provide a couple of examples of domains of inquiry, chapters will be included on some of the models-based practices, student motivation, flourishing theory, social emotional theory, literacy development, and social justice and equity are just some samples of the chapters, or some samples of the domains of inquiry within some of the chapters. The audience for this particular book we see as for researchers and graduate students. So for a graduate student course, we anticipate 15 to 20 chapters, and we anticipate to publish it sometime in 2027, hopefully. So that's kind of where we see this one. The chapter contributors, experts in the spectrum, and an affiliated domain of inquiry have been invited for this particular piece. We see this as kind of the next step in our curriculum, our educational curriculum that we are designing within or for the spectrum. We've already done the 12 MOOC courses, and that's really designed for undergraduate level or beginners in understanding the spectrum. Yeah. Initiative number 2, that's in development. We are expanding the mini grant awards for the submission of videotape spectrums. When I say we are expanding, I mean we are now at the point in time where we're asking you to make some video examples of styles beyond the landmark styles. We're looking for styles or episodes where you combine styles, where you may have design variations for styles. Okay, so kind of the first step was to create a library of landmark styles so that folks could really understand the nuances of each style, but now we want to expand that to what I have there. And finally, within that, we also are looking for lessons that are reflective of episodic teaching. Okay. Which in essence is really, that's what we'd really love to see. Lessons where we have a series of episodes and they go all over the place. Start with a B and go to A, go to F, go back to D. We can move in all kinds of directions. Developing initiative number 3, translation of the 12 MOOC courses. Currently, the 12 MOOC courses are in English. Soon, almost there, the 12 MOOC courses are going to be online in Spanish. Okay, so that's been a huge piece that Maria has been a part of. And Autumn has been, you know, with us on the board here, has been working with several people who will also be taking these MOOC courses and translating them into another language. So that's kind of on the move. Very similar to this is the translation of the Mostyn and Ashworth textbook. It has obviously, it's in English, obviously, but it is it has been translated in archaic Greek and Chinese at this point. It has been translated into American English Braille. I don't know, Autumn, do you want to say anything about the Braille copy? Can you say it once more, really loud?
Can I? Oh, okay. Yeah.
They are limited copies. And if you would like one for yourself or your university, you have to reach out to me to let me know, along with an address you would like it mailed to, and it could take a couple weeks to get to you.
We are currently, not we, the board, but actually a bunch of you out there, some are here and some are not, but currently are translating it into French, Greek, Italian, Japanese, Portuguese, Russian, done in Spanish, traditional Chinese, and Turkish. Okay, so we are probably within the next, I don't know, probably year or so, year and a half, going to have all of these, or have the book in all of these languages. And there is an audio version of the book too, that's available. Okay. And is that on the site right now, website?
Yes, it's also on YouTube.
Okay. Just the third one here, upcoming future Spectrum initiatives that we are considering right now. The first one I'll talk about of three is specifically a graduate student course. And we're thinking about a course specific for master's and doctoral students. It might include a 1-week summer residency somewhere, in addition to doing work outside of that 1 week. Kind of in a sense like the ISEP is running the school for the PhD students, in a sense. We are thinking about having specific university partnerships with that. So we're just in the early stages of thinking about what we're going to be doing with this. But that's kind of a next piece within our educational curriculum that we're considering and moving forward with. I'm guessing this is not going to come to life, be ready to go for another 1.5 years, 2 years probably, thereabouts. We are also talking about a large research grant that the Spectrum would sponsor. This would be in the next year or so. We'll be offering a large research grant opportunity to Spectrum researchers. We are thinking in the range of $50,000 to $200,000 in a multi-year proposal, and that will likely include multiple researchers from multiple countries. Okay, but we are kind of just fleshing out the details for this at this point in time. And again, I don't think we're going to have this going for another year anyways. But what are we, 2026? Certainly by 2028, it's going to be there. Maybe even 27. And the third is website changes in particular. Over the next year or so, we'll be making changes to the current Spectrum of Teaching website. We're going to either restructure the current Spectrum website to include the Institute or develop a parallel separate website dedicated to the Spectrum Institute for Teaching and Learning. And since I don't do anything with this stuff that we call IT, I have nothing to do with it. Nikos more than anybody, but multiple folks here are doing that. So It's not my business. But anyways, we have too much information there right now, and it's becoming very difficult to navigate. So we're trying to do something with that. Your turn. Talk to a neighbor nearby and maybe share something that you've thought about. We can start. Donetta, you go ahead, Donetta.
We've already suggested one, which is somewhere in our resources for us to collectively share documents. The rubrics people have created, the IFIT, with systematic observation, our SOUPs. There's at least 4 other versions of SOUPs-like things. And it's crazy that Maria would translate it into Spanish and then 3 other people are having to translate into Spanish if those things are readily available for review. The possibility of databases for the forums that are being used by more than one people, so that some very sophisticated analyses could be done instead of some of the basic, well, did they put a graph in? What can I pull from their tiny little graph versus, oh, wow, I have Maria's whole data set, I have our whole data set. That would allow some folks with statistics better than mine to do some really cool things, like the recent paper that Mark, you and 5 other people were on with the meta-analysis and the clustering. It wasn't a meta-analysis, but some things that you really need the raw data for to be able to do.
Yeah, thank you, Donetta, for this. I mean, this is something you mentioned and you proposed, if I remember well, in the first online roundtable we had in September 25, and we took it seriously. I mean, we took seriously all kind of proposals, and we do reject some of them, of course. But that's because we take seriously and we like building everything with great care. But this is important because right now, as you understand, I mean, as Mark presented a few minutes ago, there is a lot of things, a lot of initiatives, and I mean, we started from just one website that included the presentation and the information for the spectrum of teaching styles. But now we already have an educational platform. It's online, and we have ideas how to develop further and how to disseminate further this platform, not only by translating. There are other ideas too, but I'm not gonna say more than that. At the same time, as you can see, little by little, we are building and we are launching new initiatives. And before launching every initiative, we are working very hard with my colleagues here. And the website is something important because at the beginning there was just a menu and the institute, and then another sub-menu about the grants. And now if you go there, there are 15 different things and a lot of things happening. So, and another issue is exactly responding to that issue, because this is, first gathering for so many people, so many colleagues that they are doing work with the spectrum. And it is very important. I mean, you don't know what somebody else is doing, sometimes even in the same country. Somebody has translated the questionnaire, for example, and doing work in Turkey, for example, and someone lives in another city in the same country, doesn't know that. So there are very nice examples, I would say, in the internet. I mean, other theories, for example, like the self-determination theory or self-efficacy by Bandura. I mean, they have, we will use the best practices and the best ideas we can use in order to bring everything together. and also take advantage of the good advantage of the resources that we have in order to offer the best that we can as an institute.
The database of papers in the website contains too many papers and is very good, but it's a bit difficult to follow. The papers are listed in alphabetical order of the first author. Perhaps they could be categorized in themes so one could more easily find what he or she wants. And also, on the same issue, perhaps I didn't see it, but is there a procedure for someone to upload the paper? Or just send it to, okay. But this is not clear, maybe a note.
Hopefully some of what I'm doing is helping with that. I've been working on setting up a keyword system. So I have to go back through all of the papers and make sure all those keywords are there. So it is kind of categorizing it a little bit better. A manager has to upload them. I do have access to that. So if there's anything, I can make sure that my email is out there. I've already been working with a few other people. Any papers that are missing, you can send to me and I can get uploaded in. If there's any that we don't have copies of, I am trying to at least get the DOIs added and an abstract and link back to those. So hopefully some of what you're experiencing a problem with is being worked on. It is taking me a little bit of time now.
Hi. Maybe a special issue at the journal with some kind of these presentations after the conference or annual, I don't know, but some.
Okay, this is, first of all, I need to say, I don't think I've said it, I mean, I haven't announced it yet, but we already have an ISBN number for the conference proceedings. So within the following month, the proceedings will be ready and will be uploaded. And you will be able to make a reference to the abstract. And also in these proceedings, the abstract will be exactly the same type, the same way you submit it. So there will be the title, the names, the affiliation, the email, if you want to contact with someone, because actually one of the reasons we gathered here was that that one. I mean, finding people that have that we share common interests, and what else? And the special issue. Okay, this is an excellent idea. We will consider this. I mean, I have write it down right now. Yes, Attilio.
Yes, by looking and listening to Mark, it is clear that dissemination is one of the aims of the Institute. And we are talking about dissemination of scientific results, but I think that it could be a good investment to have a clear strategy on how to invest in other dissemination materials. That is not only for research, but for example, for teachers. Translating the book is important, but it is, in my opinion, just a possible part. It is needed, if I can suggest in a very modest, you might, could be needed infographics. It could be needed a different strategy for videos, because we recently had an experience in creating episodes with videos with Andrea, also is sitting here with me. It is so complicated, and it is not by asking people to upload a video that you can have the right series of materials needed. But you need a professional approach with professionals working in this area that are preparing, adapting, and also probably it is not needed today to have videos with real figures. You could use, yes, AI, but other very nice software to create these videos well prepared, well in the right order that can help teachers, particularly teachers, to learn and to know and to understand what they can do. And by using, for example, subtitles in different languages. Today it is very easy to have this, but I repeat, it is this needs a process to be created and someone that is in charge of working. It is not simple, but I think this could be a good direction for the next future.
Okay, just a simple comment here and explanation. All the translations of the book that the Institute is funding will be freely available in our website. And also we are here, I mean, there are people from more than 17 countries, if I'm counting well. And if you are interested in having the book being translated in your language, maybe, I mean, the following year, you can send an email to our executive director, to Otton, and contact with us, and we will see what we can do. And also about video production, yes, I understand that, you know, for the moment, we are okay with whatever is being produced. I mean, in terms of quality, etc. I mean, all the standards of quality are high, of course. We do not accept videos with low quality or being done unprofessionally, if I'm just to put it simple, okay? But thank you for the comment.
Ready to go?
So I am a, sorry. I'm a graduate student at University of North Dakota. I discussed with King during the coffee break. We wonder if there's any channel for us as a graduate student to discuss or communicate to keep connect in the future. Thank you.
Okay, so the challenge is how to connect.
Yeah, if there are any channel for us to keep connect to any place we can discuss or.
Okay. I'm keeping that comment, Weimao. And yes. Yeah, of course, we have social media. Alec, by the way, is responsible to handle all the work and the announcements and advertisements through our social media. For example, if you would like to disseminate information for an event that you would like to organize or a meeting with, let's say, PhD students, we can organize it through the Institute. Also, the Institute has a subscription with a Zoom, and I mean, it's easy to do it. So, Alec, we have a Facebook account, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn. What else? OnlyFans? No. Okay. Not that. TikTok? Maybe we should. Okay. Okay. Yes, Mr. Papayan. 1 second. The microphone is coming.
It's about the social media and this communication. What the students say. Maybe consider a listserv with all the emails of the people, so that whenever you have any announcement something, so goes also through the emails, where for those who want to create stuff. It's an old style, but I think it still works quite well because social media a lot of times are lost. You cannot follow all the time, but the emails are always around.
Perhaps we can develop our own social media platform. I mean, Trump did it. We can. One more question there. Yes.
Thank you. Just an idea is maybe whenever the next international conferences, maybe you can have a teaching demonstration components. Like I would like to see how some of the colleagues, they present their own K-12 teaching. Like they actually use some more unique, not more unique, but more uncommonly used styles. I want to know how they do that exactly. Or my higher education colleagues, I want to know how they effectively teach their student, their teacher educator, future teacher educator, different style, and actually we're able to make them use it. Because my experience is I can show them all the things in the classroom, and then they go out, see their cooperating teachers not using them, and then they don't even try. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your comment. By the way, having workshops in this conference at the beginning was in our minds, but at the end, I mean, we needed to see how many conference presentations we would have and all that, and make decisions over the budget and everything else. So at the end, we decided that we cannot do it right now. Of course, it is important. Perhaps we could devote another time or another conference or one more day. Would you like to stay one more day here? Okay. And organize workshops and also see and exchange ideas of how you are implementing style B, C, or whatever in your countries, and how am I doing this in my country. And it would be excellent idea. And we are keeping your comment, of course. Okay, one more from Hubona.
Oh, all right, good afternoon, everybody. Mine is, my suggestion is if we could have a graduate representative in your, maybe closer to you, which would help, such that when maybe decisions are made or anything, you can also have an idea of what graduate students are thinking. I don't know if it makes sense, but I can give an example. In ARA, we have graduate students sitting in forums or where major decisions are being taken, and I think that way it also prepares future leaders of the spectrum. If you have somebody who have been working closely with you or on a yearly basis or 2 years after, I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Hubona. Yeah, I totally understand your idea. I mean, this is similar with the challenge that Wei Mao explained a bit earlier. I'm keeping notes here. So this is something that we will definitely discuss with my colleagues in our next board meetings. Do we have any other? Okay, one more here.
So my suggestion is try to implement what we are doing at the European level with the Erasmus program, and what we are doing also in FEPSAC, for instance, so the European Federation of Sports Psychology, which is funding traineeship. So it is clear that we need the availability of people that works very hardly on the sector, But it is interesting to give these opportunities mainly to early researchers to have this type of traineeship. So the steps are to have the availability of the people around the world that are available to accept these young people, for instance. So to fund this traineeship that they have. So this could be, it is like a staff exchange in the Erasmus program, for instance. So it is very effective, in my opinion, also to bypass cross-cultural differences. It is something interesting, in my opinion.
Thank you, Maurizio. This is an excellent idea. I mean, in Europe, we have this Erasmus framework where we can fund traineeships from 2 to 12 months. Actually, right now, in my office in my university, we have Zehra coming from Turkey for 2 months, and we collaborate together. Also, she's a volunteer here. I mean, but this is an excellent idea. I'm pretty sure that, I mean, some other countries, they don't have something similar like the Erasmus framework. So, for example, if someone would like to go from, I don't know, from Philippines to Taiwan or to Australia, something like this, just to work for 2 months with a professor, it would be a very nice idea. So, yeah.
Can be also sort of secondary.
Yes.
Which you work there, for instance.
Okay.
Could be a traineeship or secondary. So it depends also on the age, probably.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for the idea. One more, Arya? Or, okay. You just wave your hand. Okay. Thank you. One more there.
What about in-service teacher training programs?
Sorry, but what do you mean about this?
Like regular PE teachers that aren't aware yet of the spectrum, and right, if going to get together PhDs and graduate students, why not bring together regular PE teachers who yet do not know or know very little about the spectrum? And instead of just like, I think the website is awesome and having tons of information, but again, right, the collegiality, the community, teaching people that are regular PE teachers how the spectrum works and giving them the examples. We could even like create the videos during those maybe sessions, working with them in face-to-face with lesson plans and developing curriculum with them throughout the year, sort of thing.
Okay, thank you. James, if I remember well? Yeah, okay. Thank you, James. So you mean if the Institute would consider developing an initiative where we could fund the development of a PIT curricula that would be focused or very highly include the spectrum of teaching styles? Is that what you mean? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, for just regular PE teachers.
Okay.
Yeah,
I wrote it down. I was just.
and I'd be happy and interested in trying to lead something or create something like that if you want.
And by the way, I really admire your work. I mean, your presentation. Anything else? Okay, it's the known disruptor here, Mr. Papaioannou.
Yeah, I can tell you when you are in the office, because you are next office, but better to tell to everyone here. With regard to what also our colleague said and Maurizio said before, I don't know whether you thought about the kind of a course, a full course that can provide for teachers, kind of certification or something on teaching styles, which this certification in each country might allow to provide later, so they can act also kind of mentees later to others as well, so they can participate and then they can promote the spectrum styles in their countries as well. So this kind of society.
Mentor certification.
Yeah, mentor certification or ambassador. Yes, but yes, a program like that. Yeah. It's many ideas, of course. It's impossible to do everything, but yeah. But you have already many experts around the globe, so you can have you can provide these online courses for certification, for example, which can be split during the year. It's not necessary to be one full month, for example, but it can be, you know, for a period of 1 year. So those who can participate and they can train themselves, they can have this kind of certification, and then they can help to promote further in the future program.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think I might need more explanations at office with this idea. And also, I might need, I need to say that Sakis Papaioannou and Maurizio Bertolo, they have long experience with working with international networks in the area of sport psychology, and I had the privilege of following what you are doing there and how you are doing. And it would be nice to take advantage of your experience in how to build further networks and international collaboration. If possible, I would like to be the last comment because I forgot that we have lunch.
No, but because you provoked me, and I'm not involved just with FEPSAC, but I'm involved also in the scientific board of the European College of Sports Science. And one of the efforts that we are doing is to involve and include as much as possible humanities in the European Congress of Sports Science. So, since there are many colleagues here that are involved in the pedagogical field and humanities in general, so please submit abstract to that Congress, because we are pushing a lot, because we want that sports science is not just physiology, medicine, and so on, but there is also a good representative of the humanities. So this is why Spectrum is a good topic to submit and to show that there is also the physical education in the field of sports science. So please.
Okay. Thank you, Maurizio, again for this. Now, we just need to conclude. I know that there might be also other ideas or comments. It is very useful, all this type of discussion about the future. And I need to say that I bite the apple 40 years ago, and I still love that kind of fruit. And it's the company I love, So one of the things I love in this company, and we actually follow this kind of approach here with the board of directors, we operate our function is like a startup business company, meaning that we avoid bureaucracies, we avoid committees, and we make decisions and we devote time by creating hierarchies and making decisions for the most important things that we need to do. And thank you very much all for sharing all these ideas. We are really happy to see Spectrum that is spreading all over the world and showing its potential. I think we are just at the beginning of something, as I said in the welcome address. At any point, you see numbers here. I'm not going to talk about numbers, but I need to explain this, but that I have a term about spending money, and I'm calling it mindful spending. So we need to make sure that the gift that was provided by Sarah Ashworth, because we are just volunteers here. We don't have a salary or something like that. But we make decisions about somebody else's money. And we need to make sure that we spend mindful all these resources that we have. And we really like thinking with the mind in the clouds and our feet on the ground. So we, as you understand, we like building with great care and energy, and I'm really certain that this institute will be one of the stronger foundations and how to say better, the moving factors in the area of education in the years to come. I would like to thank you all the participants of this event. I would like to thank you for taking the plane or the bus or whatever and coming here. I would like to apologize for those of you who saw us missing the schedule, the time schedule, I mean. Time is just an invention, and I would like to thank you for the tolerance you provided us, saving the last day and saving today's day. Also, I think, at least from my point of perspective and from many other colleagues, the quality of presentations was at the highest possible level, I think, and I would like to acknowledge this. The quality of presentation from the master students, from the PhD students, from the faculty members, everybody. It was wonderful. And of course, we would like to thank all the volunteers. Please raise your hands or stand up if you are here. Okay. And also some other important people here. Panos is here, Bill is here, Kostas, the professional photographer, Babis Kromidas, who is gonna be the leader. Yannis Sirbas, where are you, Yannis? Okay, right there. Thanasis Kolovelonis, who is working with the proceedings. And I hope I'm not forgetting anybody, okay? And I would like to thank also the International Olympic Academy for hosting us here. It's not easy to find 2 or 3 days to host an event here, I can tell you that. And yeah, of course, I would like, last but not least, the board of directors, my colleagues here, they all deserve a big applause because they are devoting time for something bigger than us. So, thank you very much. And I said last but not least, so I left last my wife, Vaso. Where are you, Vaso? Yeah. And finally, I would like to memorize Sarah because we wouldn't be here without her vision. And I don't know how to say thank you to someone who is not here. Anyway. So we will have the proceedings ready in the following month. We have Kostas, thanks to Kostas, a professional photographer, photographs, being taken all over the place, wherever we are. And very soon you will receive a link where you will be able to download this material. And also we will upload the videos. there is a guy sitting here, he's a professional, it's Leonidas Panagopoulos. And I would like to thank him because it was a wonderful layout and all the equipment his company offered was so professional. Thank you very much, Leonidas. And all the videos, I mean, we were streaming through YouTube, but we will upload the sessions one by one when ready. And finally, you will receive after 2 or 3 days after you go back an evaluation form. It will be a Microsoft Forms form just to avoid any, scam or whatever, in order to provide feedback for the conference, evaluate various aspects of the conference, but also there will be some there will be space in order if you would like to leave comments for all these, all the ideas you might have. So let's go for lunch. Last person to thank. He did all of this. Okay, last announcement was about the posters. If you want your posters, you need to take it with you. Otherwise, they will throw it away, I think. Thank you. Thank you very much.